Alright, so got another blast from the past here for you today. As I said in the Blue Sky post, I was in a bit of a dungeon crawl mood, and I tried a couple things from the old PC times, and well, neither of them wanted to cooperate today. One of which being Arx Fatalis. I do intend to get that game working well enough to play at some point. Need be, I may just do one of the console versions, that was my first experience with that game anyway. But for the time being, let's give Darkstone a shot. It isn't. Now, Darkstone's an interesting one. I had this growing up, and I tried to make sense of it. And I mostly failed. Miserably. To make head or tail of this game. As far as I can tell, it's not that complicated. Just a little unclear. As you can see, you have a lot of class options, though it's primarily just a male and female version of your 4 classes. I do think that the wizard's gonna be our most interesting option, so we're gonna go with the wizard. I almost went for the assassin, which I believe is what I played when I was younger. The warrior would be probably quite simple. Monk actually does have some potential, more so than normal, is they are pretty good at fighting and they get magic of a different nature. I don't know how many of the spells are available to both. It didn't really say anything about that in the manual, which if that tells you anything, I actually did pull up a scan of the manual to make sure I knew what I was getting myself into here. And let me tell you, manual doesn't really tell you much. Didn't really tell me anything I didn't already figure out just by looking at things. So, yeah. Well, there's one page that's gonna be useful, and that's the page on specific skills. And what it told me about what the actual stats mean in the grander scheme was actually useful as well. But let's get the intro cutscene out of the way and get this adventure on the road. As you can see, there are multiple difficulty levels. God damn, 55 streams. Though you have been here basically every time, so that does make sense. But yeah, I don't know how relevant these difficulty levels are. I presume each time you load in, you could probably change difficulty levels since it requires certain levels to get there, or the game may end at level 20 on Novice. I'm not sure. We'll find out. You also have 2 quest slots, I presume, to be jumping between difficulties, probably.
Drak is back. His own brothers, the disciples of Caliber, the ones who banished him, will they know how to quench his thirst for power and revenge?
Spooky ritual. Bunch of people in robes doing stupid things that'll get them killed. It's a Durgan. If you're worried about understanding what any of these people are saying, don't, because I don't know if it's meant to be understood. They're speaking question mark language. Which is also why I'm not as worried as I usually am about talking over it. Judging from the look of things, though, I don't think they're succeeding in negotiating with the dragon. Yep, nope, that looks like a failed negotiation to me. It's ancient Simlish, oh no. But yeah, there's your opening plot for the game. Hope you understood everything about what's happening. Yeah, they don't give you much to go on. And the manual, at least for the PS1 version, doesn't have much either. There was like a whole history thing I saw in the PC manual, but I clicked out of that looking for the PS1 manual to make sure I had the controls, and I forgot what I did with that, and I didn't feel like digging through my history to find it. So we'll just figure that out as we go. And, you know, Dragon Big Mad is pretty safe to start as an estimate, yeah. We got our blacksmith over here. We'll be seeing a lot of him. Did Twitch just run a second ad again immediately? I feel like it ran an ad a moment ago. But yeah, as you can see, you've got your 4 categories of gear. Realistically, that just actually means this is your strength gear, this is your magic gear, this is your dexterity gear, and this is your other magic gear. Though this is actually vitality scaled in this game, which is what I was talking about with the cleric actually having a potential place more so than just a holy version of the wizard. Is, you know, they get to swing fucking halberds and shit around. So yeah, that's a thing. You can also upgrade these things. I don't know what upgrading does, because upgrading is expensive. And obviously repairing does what it says on the tin. It'll fix your shit if you break it. Right now, we have a stick, and we got a magic missile. Yes, oh, it's exciting to have magic missile. Oh yeah, and we have a couple potions and such as well, but we won't be worrying about those right now. I'm just gonna go interact with each of these people, both to show you guys what all of them do, and to do something with a specific mechanic that this game has that I'll cover in a second here. But yeah, she covers curing any nasty effects you get. She'll identify stuff for you if you can't do it yourself. And I believe this is uncursing, even though this is released from spell. Harry here is your food guy. That's what a publican does. He runs the tavern and gives you all the food. He also carries torches. Torches are probably important. We can also rest here and sell him artifacts specifically. Now, I don't remember ever seeing an artifact when I played this game, but I also never got anywhere, so, you know, the two may go hand in hand there. The chicken is also an important NPC. Don't ever forget the chicken. Elmric here sells you magic. As you can see, we started off pretty well with a spell that costs 5,000, basically. You can also get scrolls that'll do the spell once. He can recharge magic items. Ellison here is an important one we are going to be seeing a decent amount of as well. As soon as he actually decides to talk to me, he will teach you skills. He can teach you how to learn. Primarily, I'm probably going to end up picking identification up to save us on having to buy identification all the time. He also can teach you lycanthropy. You know, why not? It's one of those things where it's like, sure, learn that. That's a skill, right? Turning into a werewolf. Learning... I don't know what learning actually does in this game. Let me look at the manual for a second. Learning. Because some games... Yep, okay, it works exactly how it does in other older games. Learning increases your experience gain, right? So let's actually just pick that up straight away then. But let's learn how to learn good. But that's most of the major people that are in town. We also got Maria here, who's dancing to this guy's tune, and they're collecting money. That's a thing that's happening. But if we hit start button, places visited, you'll notice all these people are in my list now, and we can just pop around town straight to them instantly. This town's not that big, but it's still a nice little convenience to have, so as soon as we walk into town, we could just hit start and warp to whoever we're trying to get to. It's also great for when I walk the wrong way in town and I forget where the exit is. This is as far zoomed out as the camera gets, by the way. This is as much as we're gonna see. This is as good a camera angle as you're gonna get. I can spin it freely, but it doesn't get better, necessarily. So, you know, buckle up for that. But let's head on out of town and see what we can get done. Go get ourselves in trouble. We're gonna need to do a lot, I feel, before much starts happening. But see, we got our whacking stick out now, and we can smack things. We can also use magic missile very easily, like this. Wrong button. Is it this button? No. Did I not equip it? I probably didn't equip it. Let's just take him down with our stick first then, and then figure out why magic missile wasn't auto-equipped. There we go. Now it's properly equipped to where it's supposed to be. Bang! Zoom! No more goblins. As you can see, starting as a wizard is a little bit easy right off the bat. Until I run out of magic. Then it's gonna start getting awkward. As you can see, these goblins only have like 2 hit points. The skeletons have, I think, 3? Oh no, these goblins sometimes have 3 hit points. When you hear that clank, they blocked me when I'm swinging at them. But yeah, that's why you don't engage in melee combat, especially not with that many enemies, especially, once again, as a wizard. But we gained a level, so we're fine. Nope, that skeleton only had 2. Never mind. Maybe they have varying hit points. But if we open our menu now, you'll see that there's an L1 button prompt under XP. We can now spend our points from gaining that level. You can quite literally just spend whatever points you wish to do whatever you want. Your class is mostly your starting stat line and your starting equipment. To my knowledge, you can do whatever the hell you want from there. So say I wanted to be a muscle wizard. There we go. I now have doubled my strength. Let's go ahead and get our dexterity up a little bit too. Our vitality is trash and is probably going to stay trash for eternity. Also, I need to zoom the camera back out again. Oh, this is a serious goblin instead of the baby goblins we were just beating up. That one we use magic on. Yeah, there's just people hanging out here where all the skeletons and goblins and such are for some reason. With a bunch of statues. Mika the Witch was once the most beautiful woman in the land, but she was as cruel as she was beautiful. One day she swore to turn to stone any woman who dared to be more beautiful than her. Today she's old and ugly and her promise still stands. Well, that seems like cheating at that point. If you're old and ugly, saying you'll turn people to stone if they're better looking than you means the whole world gets turned to stone. Mika the Witch turned our wives to stone to punish them for being more beautiful than her. Her magic powers are too great. We can do nothing about it. Well, magic must defeat magic. Where is this witch? I'll show her what for. Yep, that sure is a very convincing statue of a woman there. And I cannot break it. Thankfully, I don't have to be facing my enemies to throw magic missiles at them. Also, you can literally just drive by magic missile things. It's pretty great. Bang! I want that gold. Bang! Bang! It's just that easy when you're a wizard. Hey, you lived. Stop doing that. Yeah, they definitely have variable hit points, in addition to us doing variable damage. Sometimes it just misses, which is the only problematic part with Magic Missile. Which is absolutely not how Magic Missile's usually portrayed. Usually it's a homing spell, so it's a little disappointing that it just flies forward and misses completely. Because I have no control over that at all, just in case anybody's wondering. And then there's times where it targets just a random goblin behind all the things in front of you. Oh, hey, a helmet. I'll take that. Exactly. It's no longer magic missile, it's just magic missing. We'll go ahead and get our dexterity up to match our magic. Get a little bit of vitality. I think we'll push to 10 vitality and then forget vitality is a stat that exists. That sounds like the right thing to do. Go ahead and throw the neophyte robe on. Oh, it was a night vision scroll we found. Ah, that's... Oh, I see. Basically, we have a row of, like, small items, and then larger items go above them. I wondered where a helmet disappeared to when I was testing this, and I'm like, I guess it's gone. I guess we just didn't get that helmet. And there we go, now we got a hat, too. Behold, we're actually wearing the helmet. It's got way more horns on it than advertised, but you know what? That's fine. Stupid hat away! Bonk. But yeah, that's one of the fun things with this game, is it will actually change your character model with some of the stuff you pick up and put on. And you can see up there in the upper left how bad the durability on the things we're wearing is. This robe apparently just has dog shit durability. Oh hey, we found a dungeon, I guess. Welcome to the Fountain of Youth. Well, that sounds like a great idea. Let's go in there. Waiting for the load times, cause it's a PlayStation game. Going nowhere fast. That spider's faster than the load bar. There we go. Treasure immediately. Shitty treasure, but still treasure nonetheless. Better treasure. Can it break the pots? I can. Take note of the fact, by the way, there, that I gained experience without killing it. Every successful move you make, I believe, is experience in this game. Like, everything you do that works. Like, you successfully hit the thing. You gained experience. That type deal. I keep wanting to reach for start to open this menu, but it's square to open this menu for weird reasons. There we go. Let's go ahead and get... That's the wrong button. I said get strong. There we go. Yeah, see, we have learning level 1, which is why we're gaining so many levels, by the way. Because in testing, I cleared that whole upper section and only gained, I think, like, 1 and change levels. Whereas with learning, we're already level 4. Learning is good. I'm curious about that empty slot there. I wonder if there's a secret skill we can learn or something. But every class gets a different set of skills as well. Like, for example, we've got learning, recharging, communion, lycanthropy, detection, meditation, and identification. But listed in this list here is also trade, master of arms, perception, diffusing, forester, medicine, orientation, prayer, repair, silence, which is stealth. It's not actually silencing enemies, and theft. Which, if we were the assassin or the thief, we could actually do theft. I know for a fact that one has that. And I believe that literally is just robbing every NPC blind. There's the entrance to level 2 already. You can also zoom out here, too. It's probably a good idea so we can get the lay of the land a little bit. Spellbook. Berserker. Required magic 5. I mean, why not? We'll just go ahead and all about that and then find out what the hell that does. I'm assuming durability 33 means duration 33. I mean, let's find out what casting Berserker does. I presume it'll, like, make us stronger temporarily or something. We so angry. Oh, we're fast now, too. Look at us go. We're glowing red and going fast. Get wrecked, nerds. I'm berserking. You can't stop me. Muscle wizard away. Uh-oh. That's a lot of enemies. My berserk's gonna run out, too, which might be bad for me. Which means it's time to spam magic missile. Everything is fine. Nothing bad happened. The fact that we can't disarm traps, though, might come back to bite me later. Looking at that skill list, I have concerns. Really depends on how bad traps actually are in this game, and how avoidable they are. They seem to be spawning here indefinitely. I don't appreciate that. But at the same time, it might be very profitable for me to just hang out here and keep killing them. I just gotta be careful I don't break my whacking stick. So I'm pretty confident we'll keep gaining enough experience for the time being that we can just keep leveling to keep our health up. Not that that's particularly interesting, admittedly. Oh, we have unidentified magic rags. You have to be real vital in order to be able to use that club. I suppose I could use like the light or the night vision scrolls to see better in here, but why would I do a silly thing like that when we can see just fine? Keep pumping that iron. I am amused by the sound effect for every stat increase as well, though I feel like we're gonna get tired of that after a while. Go berserk, fuck them up. Just keep swinging until they're all gone. By the way, I still have full control while using berserking, so we're not as berserk as advertised. I was a little concerned it was gonna be the classic uncontrollable berserk where you just start running around attacking things and you just have to hope he doesn't destroy himself in the process. Another spellbook. Look at us go. Look at us find all the things. Is this spellbook gonna be any good? I mean, it's light. Probably do want that. That'll save me using the scrolls. Yes. Oh. We also just have a torch now, though, which I can't help but feel makes the whole light spell thing irrelevant. So I guess if we wanted like a shield or something, we wouldn't be able to have that and the torch at the same time. We also are no longer at all subtle, considering we just have a giant ball of fire in our hand. I will say, we didn't spot this fountain too well when we were here before. This heals you. Drink the blood water. What could possibly go wrong? Let's just rush straight down to level 2 and see how badly this goes for me. Because clearly the profitable stuff will be down here. But look at that chicken go. Can't possibly have anything bad happen if that chicken's that excited about going down here, right? I do appreciate the little idle animations and such they have next to the load bar. More games need silly things like that when you're loading. Another club. Another club. God damn. Oh yeah, these wasps are kind of scary. Hey there, Snork. How goes? There we go. Fix the camera so I can see around me a little bit better. Every time we load into an area, I'm gonna have to keep fixing that camera every time. Is this the thing I can take? Nope. Doesn't exist. We found a sword! Whether I can use it or not is a whole other question, but you know what? We found an actual sword. And a mirror. That made noises, so I assume it's a good thing. It must be a quest item or something. Eh, so far so good. Did you have something in mind that you wanted to cook, or did you just want to cook? Okay, wait. These clubs don't need vitality. This club does more damage and needs vitality. Why are these the same, but not the same? I mean, it's slightly better than my scepter, so we may as well equip it. it could potentially do one more whole damage. And we're not quite strong enough for the sword yet. But next level we can get that. Any day game. There it goes. Running around with a big old chunk of wood. Gonna fight all my enemies. Ow, ow, pain, ow, misery. Going berserk with this club seems like a good idea. I mean, that does sound good. There's my level. Wait. My health is going up while I'm berserking. Because even when we weren't gaining a level, I was healing. Did that just, like, give me regeneration while I'm berserking? Or am I life stealing while I'm berserking? The world may never know. There we go, go ahead and fix that. Now we'll start raising our magic again so we have more mana. Now, the reason why I've not been leveling magic that much, which it may seem insane to be a wizard and not level your magic, the manual doesn't indicate anything about it making your magic hit harder, it just gives you more mana. And judging from the spell we have right now, we don't really need more mana that badly. That's why I've been kind of ignoring that in favor of making sure we have some kind of meaningful backup to our magic. In this case, a big old sword to whack things with. Let's see if this hat looks as funny as the other one. Nope, looks the same. Okay. It had a different model in the inventory, so I assumed it was going to have a different model outside of the inventory. But behold, we have more effective melee combat now. So we don't have to rely completely on our magic. Is basically, till we find more spells, we're probably not going to be able to completely rely on magic to solve all of our problems. Just a lot of them. You know, just kind of go the more battle mage route instead of pure wizard. I have never heard of paprika ham, but I'm just going to assume that it is some variation just based on where it came from. Like, bioeggs I can figure out. But also, we are apparently out of inventory space? I seem to have no meaningful indicator for this. Now let's drop the helmets with the worst durability and see if the other ones are any better. I think I can only have like X amount of items of a particular size category or something. I just don't know how much X is. Okay, no, maybe there is a limit and I'm just not spotting what the limit is. Aside from the fact that we're hitting it. So I can pick the potions up. Can't pick the spell book up though, which that's a problem. Also, keep that food meter down there at the very bottom left. Yeah. White pepper I just assumed was a variation of a spice there. It was just the paprika ham that kind of threw me. There we go. Now we have 30 magic. That's probably good enough. We'll probably go back to dexterity next. Just keep oscillating our stats around. It's safe to assume that the sword and such is going to be more valuable than these scepters, so we'll go ahead and throw those away. And we certainly don't need all these clubs, so we'll throw some of those away. Keep the higher value ones. Get the spellbook, get the sword, get the throwing knife. Because we could actually use that throwing knife, I think. I think our dexterity is high enough for it. Ooh. And we'll, of course, learn reflections. Yeah, 2 to 4. Ew, that durability's garbage, though. We'll save that for later, when we can go get that repaired. Now, what does reflections do? Seems to be a defense spell. Yeah, it definitely is discount Diablo in many, many ways. Rebounds any spell, cast, or projectile thrown at you onto your aggressor. Well, that's neat. Not something I need right now, because we're not really having projectiles or spells thrown at me, but the second I do, I'm definitely going to want to have that spell. It steps forward and backwards simultaneously. That's why I don't know if I want to call it that way there. Because honestly, Diablo 1 didn't even look that bad. Can't even pick any scrolls up anymore. We probably should leave to get rid of some of this stuff, because I don't know enough about this game, even though I played it before, to be able to make value judgments on the fly with any guarantees. Don't think so. I'm pretty sure the only way I'm getting that mana back is gaining a level, which is why I'm being cautious with it. There is a meditation skill which probably gets me magic regeneration, but I don't have it because it was expensive and I bought learning instead to get experience gain faster. Because experience gets levels, levels gets mana, so why worry about regenerating mana when I can just get mana? Let's throw some of these helmets away and see about picking some of that other stuff up. Is these scrolls are probably worth more money than most things. That food would be a good idea too. Yep. I assume you're gonna go cook.
Oh no.
What? Why did my menu open and he go, oh no? Oh, the torch went out. Okay. Just the random oh no, I'm like, what happened? Am I cursed? What happened? Who, where, what, when, why? But yeah. Torch being gone, that's not great, but not really a huge issue. We have another one. I also have a light spell if I decide I really need light. But we're gonna go ahead and leave. Can I? Yes, you can. Wait, the chest? What's so special about the chest? What? Oh god.
Help.
Please. Oh, I guess this is the one we got the mirror from, so I suppose that's why that one's a place visited. Hey, this location cannot be reached yet. What do you mean that cannot be reached yet? We were there already. I guess because there's enemies in the way, they probably don't want you just teleporting out. Go ahead and drink a healing potion. I think Magic Door is Town Portal. But I don't think we need that. I think now that we healed, we'll be fine getting out of here on our own. I mostly just wanted to teleport because I wasn't 100% sure if I remembered the way. But clearly we found it, so we're good. And I just gotta find my way back up to the exit, and then find my way back to town. All of which are, you know, gonna be a little bit of a process, because I don't think this game has a map. At least not that I've found. Is we gotta record messages, we gotta save, which speaking of, let's save the game before anything goes wrong. Why was the confirm button no, don't save? Why would you do this? Also, if you're seeing a small gray square appearing up in the upper left, don't mind that. That is because of how I have this cropped, the emulation messages aren't showing, and you don't need to see those anyway. So you're not missing anything by having those just appearing as a small gray square in the corner. I just cropped out a lot of the empty space on the sides. Which is also why things may look slightly stretched in a couple places, though for the PS1 nothing seemed particularly bad when it was moved that way, so that's why it is the way it is. There's another level. Why is there a skeleton in the middle of 4 dog food bowls? This is slightly strange. Did they run some kind of like weird experiment where a dog was stuck with 4 choices, didn't decide any of them, and just died there? What's going on here? Also, I guess the floor regenerates when you come back to it, because I'm pretty sure we cleared most of this floor out as far as loot goes. Ooh, magic sword. I want that. But I need to get rid of the bees first. Well, it seems like a safe bet that swords are expensive. So, we probably want to throw the clubs away in favor of the sword. We'll throw 2 of these away and see if we can pick one back up after we pick up the sword. Okay, yeah. So there definitely is a weight limit of some kind. I just don't know what the weight of anything is, nor do I know what my capacity is. Now, mind you, there's also a PC version of this game. That is not what I played in the past, nor did I have particular interest in trying to figure out how to get that to work. Because I have my suspicions that a PC game from that era, since this was, I think, out at 99 for PC and like 2001 for the PlayStation. So if it was from 99, it probably would have some issues running, unless I like go get the version from GOG or something. Basically, I'd be right back in the same position I was trying to get Arx Fatalis running, probably. There we go, go ahead and get our dexterity up like I said I was going to. Now, you can, I believe, use unidentified things, but, you know, you run the same risks you would in anything else that has unidentified stuff. Oops, you're cursed. What a shame. Now, based on the fact that Berserking is only a 5 mana spell... Okay, no, it didn't regenerate. We just somehow missed that spot before. But yeah, based on Berserking needing only 5 magic, even a warrior could use Berserking. And that would probably be a really good spell for a warrior to have, given the faster move speed and the presumed health regeneration. There we go. We made it out of the dungeon after diving in and getting a bunch of goodies. So we can go pawn all this stuff off and see what we can do with that information. And see if anybody wants this mirror. What does select do? Oh, there is a map. Okay, select is the map. You can't move the map around in any way, it seems, though, so this is a great map to have. Probably be very useful in the dungeons? Oh, there's the witch's house. So if we wanted to go deal with the witch problem, we could. But with a full inventory, I don't think I want to deal with that right now. I think that's we come back to that. Land of Terrenia. No, we went to Land of Ardil from town, so we don't want to go to Terrenia. Terrenia will be further away from where we want to be. Here's where the people were getting cursed by the witch. There we go, towards town. I did it. I did basic navigating. Great success. I don't know why they use that sound effect for walking through doorways, but it's kind of funny. Reminds me a little of Starflight. I could warp around town, but literally, Gunther's right here. Gunther, acknowledge me. Okay. Apparently, I've made a horrible error, and the clubs are worth way more than swords. What a fucking world we live in, where a piece of wood is worth more than something made out of metal. Ah, but what do I know, yeah? At least we made money. Let's see. Oh wait, no, the lady's right over here that'll identify things. What's the trouble, Snork? Identify. Plus 3% damage, huh? I don't think 3% damage does me any favors here. Nice. I mean, plus 6% to hit is worth less to me than 2,000 gold, I think. I'll take the money. We are rich right now. We could afford to repair everything. So let's go ahead and do that. We could get a staff instead of a scepter. Requires 30 magic. I don't really know why we'd want this, though. It's only 1 damage more. There might be some hidden advantages to it. Death Dome? What? I don't understand. We could use a bow instead of what we're using. Or whip out an axe. We don't have the vitality to really use too much of this stuff. I think what I'm gonna do, though, before I do anything else, is go see what spells the magic merchant is selling right now. Berserker, Antidote, Reflections, Magic Missile. Useless, sir. Useless. Oh yeah, we couldn't sell scrolls to the other guy either. So let's sell these scrolls of night vision. We can get 8,000 for our spare Berserker book. Hindsight being 20/20, I probably should have checked to see if I could, like, level up the spell by reading a second book. Ah. Yeah, I could have scrolled through the manual for it, but I wasn't interested enough because I couldn't actually use it yet. But thank you for looking. We'll hang onto the Scroll of Magic door, but we'll get rid of the rest of them. We are fucking rolling in money right now, which is probably not going to last long. Let me grab an extra magic door. Ow. For a second, though, I thought one of the scrolls was +2 to vitality, and I'm like, are you telling me I could just read a scroll and get stronger? What? But now let's go ahead and make use of this money we have to get better at some of these skills.
Yes.
Meditation.
Yes.
Identification. Recharging. You know, just
Yes.
give me one of everything.
Yes.
There we go. This way, at least we have all of the skills. Whether I'll use half of them is a whole other question, but at least I have them. What does lycanthropy actually do for me? Because that'll actually look in the manual for... Oh yeah, no, it's just straight up his ability to change your character into a werewolf. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Well, it wasn't cheap when we started, but now that I have 11,000 gold, things start looking cheap. Yeah, I'm just taking a closer look at some of these skills to decide which ones are worth me. Okay, Communion's actually magic regen. So we'll go ahead and get level 2 of that as well. Level 2 learning, and leave that alone. Yeah, but it's a perspective thing. Our perspective was that it was expensive because we had no money to purchase it with. But now that we've got a little bit more going on here, was there anything I actually wanted to commit to buying? The answer I think is no, because we're doing just fine. And now, equipped with better skills and bereft of all of the random crap we were carrying for the most part, it's time to go back out and do more things. Exactly. Adventuring runs on money. Let's put this torch away before I burn it out uselessly in the open air. I still don't know what this mirror's for, because nobody's mentioned needing a mirror for anything when we talked to them. But we didn't talk to the people that we were just doing business with in town. But I assume if they had something important, they probably would just auto-prompt it, because most of the time designers are smart enough on that one. But there might be other quests hidden amongst their dialogue somewhere. Yeah, this has been played a decent amount by people, including a couple much larger creators than I am, who know the game decently well. Definitely have done a bit of coverage for it. Nope, you still have nothing new to say. You have nothing new to say. Pretty sure the witch's hut is, yeah, right over here. Which, you know, maybe they shouldn't have built their couple houses like 2 feet away from the witch's house. Maybe that would help with them not having to worry about the whole witch problem. Thank you for the follow, Fox Quartz. How you doing today? Good to see you. Now there's the witch. She's just right there. If you've come to ask me to break the spell I cast on the women of the village, I tell you now I refuse. I would only change my mind if you managed to bring back my youth and my looks. Nice, nice. Bring back your youth and your looks, huh? You know, I wonder if this mirror... Hang on. The mirror might lie to her. No, I can only drop it, though. Don't seem to have a way to give her the mirror. That was a clever idea, but I guess I'm not allowed to do that. I also don't know if the mirror would even do what I wanted it to do anyway. Okay. Then again, we do know of a place known as the Fountain of Youth. If I bring her something from the Fountain of Youth, perhaps she will regain enough of her looks that she'll stop turning people to stone. I'm not sure why I care, but you know, that's usually the whole adventurer thing, is caring about other people's problems that you really have no reason to care about. Yeah, that seems like somebody who spent an entirely too long time playing this game. Let's see, the Fountain of Youth was over this way. So I think it was more left than up. Yeah, it always boggles my mind when somebody can spend that much time playing the same thing. it would have to have taken a decent amount of time, and by a decent amount, I mean a really high amount of time, to get up to over 700 of every stat. Because you only get 6 points per level unless there's something to get the stat rate to go higher faster. There we go. I forgot I turned the camera around, so my entire navigation was backwards. Yeah, that's how it'd be. Half the time when I bring up something that I've played before, or even I don't know what I'm doing. So far, so good. How about your day? Hey, overall? Like, obviously, you said you were doing some stuff and you weren't feeling too bad at the moment, but I wasn't sure if anything else had happened. Looks like we haven't been up here, so I think I turned a little too far. Okay, now that we have our 30 dexterity, let's start raising strength again. I probably should actually raise my vitality, but I'm entertaining myself with the idea of just not doing that. There we go. There's the entrance to the Fountain of Youth. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. I feel you on the oversleeping, because I definitely was a little late today waking up. Thankfully not late for stream, but either way. And it's good to be ahead of the game on defrosting everything, because boy oh boy, do many people make the mistake of waiting too long to defrost for Thanksgiving. I'm sure we've all heard the horror stories of people trying to deep fry a frozen turkey and blowing up their fryer. There we go. Now we're back to where we left, more or less. And just going forward, I'll actually use these magic door scrolls instead of walking all the way back. Oh, yeah. Like, I've definitely seen video of a few of those going horribly wrong. I mean, there's idiots in every walk of life, unfortunately. There's even people that are supposed to be smart that very much aren't. It's like, oh hey, you work in tech and such, you should be smart, right? Ha 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 ha. Ha. No, especially as one who used to work in a grocery store selling turkeys, we had to constantly warn people, like, hey, defrost these early. Do not just chuck this in as soon as you buy it. This will end in tears. Do not do. And we had multiple people coming back and complaining that things went wrong when they didn't listen to what we told them. Just like, well, gee, did you not listen to any of the entire explanation that happened to tell you not to do this thing? Okay, yeah, you can't double learn a spell to make it stronger. Yes, you do want your butcher to be smart. It may not sound at face value to be a profession that you need intelligence for, but no, you are so much better off if your butcher is halfway intelligent, at a minimum. Oh, we got Ratmen now. Thankfully, they don't understand how doorways work, or particularly well. I mean, everyone in the world being smart would also be nice. This is true. God, I know the feeling on the whole, it's your job to do everything I think you're supposed to do. It's like, well, no. No, that's in fact not how that works at all. God, I had many of the times with that too. Had people expecting me to cook for them when I'm just there to cut the meat and things like that. I'm just like, that's not how any of this works. No, 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 no. I don't care what any of the other people did as a special case for you. That's none of my business, none of my problem. That ain't me. Therefore, you can piss off and complain to somebody else. People get real wild ideas just because one person makes exceptions in rare cases, which is why making exceptions is dangerous. Almost 30 strength. I guess after we have 30 strength, maybe I'll start raising my vitality up to 20, and then I'll forget about it again and start raising all of the other stats again. I don't think we picked up anything useful. No.
Yes.
Hey, we can successfully identify it even with level 1. I remembered, like, wait, we have identify now. Why are these red, though? And I guess I can wear it. And it does have the same AC as what I was wearing, so no reason not to, right? Because now we have slight fire resistance for free. We look absolutely no different at all, but that's fine. Oh god! Fog of War is a bitch. You know what? This is a great time to go berserk. Bring it on. Somehow I ended up inside that mess. I was supposed to stand in the doorway, but he walked too far and ended up in the middle of all of them somehow. Because it may seem like I have decent control over his movements, but that is an appearance, not a reality, I gotta tell you. So my favorite stupid customer story remains this guy at my first job. I helped load an ottoman into his car. He calls us back, like, not even an hour later. I don't know how close that guy lived, but it must have been pretty close for it to be that soon. And he's claiming the legs for the ottoman wasn't there. So I'm like, I'll tell you what. You come back, we'll take a look at it for you, and if I find these legs, I don't want to hear your voice or see you again. Lo and behold, I take 2 seconds, I open the compartment I told him existed, and there were the legs sitting there right in front of him. I don't think I've seen a man look more embarrassed to be an idiot in a long time since then. And I never saw that guy again. He never came back to the store ever again. I don't know if he avoided me or if he just never came back, but boy, did that amuse me to no end. 'Cause I was having a day that day. I was already just done with people's shit by that point. And if you try to tell me that the thing I knew for a fact was in there wasn't there, I ain't having that.
Please help.
Okay, yeah, berserking does just regenerate health, so we just have a fake heal we can use at any given time. I wouldn't be surprised. Though honestly, he seemed like the type to not care about such things unless he's actually caught on it, so... Who knows? And I've moved many states away since then, so it's not like I'm gonna run into that guy ever again. Except life's funny that way. Maybe in like 5 years I'm gonna somehow find that guy again. And that's just gonna be a whole weird to do. It's like, oh wait, weren't you the Ottoman guy? Like, oh god damn it, why do you remember this? It's like, well, I had a good long laugh about that the whole rest of the week, so you know. I'm assuming now the shuriken has durability. That is also true, yeah. I definitely have a few moments of just making a stupid mistake, and I still won't forget those myself. So I can relate to both sides of this situation. But at the same time, I feel like this was an easily avoided situation. If he had just looked in the thing he was told to look in. Because I specifically told him when I was loading it in, like, hey, this is a common problem people have. Make sure to actually unzip the compartment underneath this to make sure the legs are there. Oh. Good lord. I wish I couldn't believe that sentence, but I have seen very similar things play out before, minus the driving into a display window part. That one, that's the extra layer to that one. But no, I have definitely, because I was never one who worked the service desk at any of the jobs I've worked at, but I was friends with a lot of the people that worked the desk.
Please help.
So I definitely saw a lot of situations like that play out. Just not having to be the one to deal with that directly. There went another torch. But I can definitely vouch that that is a behavior that exists. People will just bring in random shit that doesn't belong to them, has no documentation, no anything, and they'll be like, you're gonna give me my money back. Thank you for the blurb about how stats work. I appreciate that, though I did not really need that information, but that is good information to have. Amazing. Yes, because you're clearly going to accidentally buy 14 pairs of AirPods. Yes, that checks out. No one's gonna question that one at all, right? You're fucking kidding me. Oh, we got the Book of Magic Door. There we go. Now I don't need to use those magic door scrolls anymore. Very fortunate. I suppose I should start casting light now that I ran out of torches. Or I can just walk in the dark. It doesn't seem like it's dark enough to really be that big an issue. And I think we're about due to go to level 4 at this point. We'll probably magic door out of here because we're running out of space, but I'm figuring we can leave... If the door is two-way, we can just leave the door down here, or for convenience. I keep hitting start thinking that's the correct button. And it never will be the correct button, but I'm gonna keep hitting it anyway. We'll just replace berserking for the moment. Wow, that really is a full door. And it is direct to town. Excellent. It's also interesting we take our helmet off when we come into town. Like, putting the weapon away makes sense, but taking the helmet off and everything just seems a little silly. Especially because, you know, where are we putting that? Oh yeah, I need to identify that club still. That mace is worth a ton of money. I know it's not actually a ton of money based on what we had before, but you know. Yeah, you know, just casually take your helmet off in space and just thump.
Yeah.
+1 damage points. That's not bad. Wish it wasn't just a 1 to 3 club that had that, but you know, still a good effect. Just not one we need. I don't need you for anything at the moment. I need to talk to you to sell these books. Because we don't need a duplicate of Magic Missile. We also no longer need those Magic Door Scrolls. You have Light, Magic Missile... Oh yeah, you could have sold me Magic Door for an exorbitant price. But why would I buy that from you? Why would I be that much of a fool? Let's go ahead and level up our identification. That should help cover better items, I presume. Detection might be a good idea as well, because that's how you tell what something's magic. What does meditation actually do again? Oh, ability to temporarily increase your mana points. That doesn't sound useful. Hey there, Coda, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to jank old dungeon crawling, in this case, Darkstone, one for the PS1. Hey there, Versi. How it goes? I see you all running in here. Don't mind me as I'm just checking the manual to see if these skills are worth getting. I'll go ahead and just grab that one and go. All good, all good. Appreciate it regardless. Make sure to take care of yourself, and hopefully you have a great day as well. Now yes, I did still have a magic door here. Excellent. Back to the dungeon. While the orc sleeps, we warp across reality to the Fountain of Youth. Why the Fountain of Youth in particular? Well, we've got a witch we need to make younger so she stops turning people to stone because they look better than her. That may sound like a shitpost, but no, that's exactly what's happening in this game right now. Just in case people were wondering, that's all accurate. And meanwhile, there's just been discussion about the questionable results people have had bringing bad ideas to customer service. Speaking of, let me double check. Okay, no. Wanted to make sure that when the auto shout out and everything popped up, I didn't miss any chat messages because I only have so much chat bar room. So sometimes things can get pushed away.
Please help.
Oh, we're dying. Uh-oh. Suddenly things are hurting. It's almost like what I was just talking about with the fact that maybe I should raise my vitality. Because I've been ignoring that for so long. Case in point, everyone can see the heart over there. That's half the stat of everything else. Because even as a wizard, I've been raising my strength so I can use things like swords to protect myself when I don't want to use my magic. I also forgot that I don't have Berserker selected anymore, because this has been our fake way of healing. I mean, this might be the very problem. All of the people of the village might have been indulging in the Fountain of Youth, and the witch just wasn't in the know about that. So really, at the end of the day, it could be her own fault that this is a problem. But with how many monsters are in here, maybe just everybody lost access to the Fountain of Youth. So now it's our responsibility to bring the Fountain of Youth back. And honestly, if they all are young, maybe she just was attractive to begin with, but just getting old has made it a problem? I don't know. Really, the only part of this that's my problem is fixing the problem for now. I'll put the band-aid on and then I'll run away and it's not my problem anymore. That's pretty much my part in this whole situation. After all, I put the band-aid on, I get paid. It's no longer a concern for me. God damn it. Why is every book in everywhere past floor 3 magic missile? There we go. Now we have 20 vitality. Look at our 28 hit points. Wasn't that 20 vitality worth it? And I know, I did read what we were told a few minutes ago there about how the stats work. I'm just disregarding it. Because I'm not keeping this long term, so I'm not worried about it. I'm just having fun and messing around. If I decide I am enjoying this enough to make a full thing of it, we'll probably be, like, actually going back and doing this properly at some point. Is based on how the feel I have for doing a dungeon crawl goes, I'm probably gonna want to do this today, and then the urge for that's gonna be gone again. Which is why I'm not super worried about being efficient or anything. So I'm certainly not aiming to go to, like, the higher difficulties or anything. And I'm certainly not gonna end up with 700 in every stat or anything like that. Besides, efficiency's boring. Why not be jank and actually have to be threatened by things? Though I do hope we find some more interesting things soon. Because we had a burst of activity at first, and then it's kind of fallen off since then. Oh yeah, you know, I clearly have 1,000 hours to burn doing that. There aren't hundreds of better options to achieve the same result or anything. And that's not to say I haven't done wild grinding like that in the past. Just, that's in the past. I am not that man anymore. Most of the time. Now and then, things still hit right for that. This so far, aside from the nostalgia, really ain't hitting that hard. Why am I still getting more duplicate books? Give me anything else, game. Come on. Come on. Now, don't get me wrong, I could probably just skip this floor and run down to the next floor at the rate things are going. Yeah, pretty much. It's Monster Hunter all over again. I want this thing. Well, good joke that you want that thing. How about everything else other than the thing you want? Have you considered this? This thing, and that thing, and the other thing? It's like, well, no, none of those are the thing we wanted. Well, that's a shame, because that's all I'm giving you. Enjoy these things that you don't want. There's I think that's the return spot over there. Oh no, the Fountain of Youth is over there. We have done it. We have found the Fountain of Youth. It looks awful dry. I'm so ugly, I'm so old. Even on my wedding day, I looked at myself in this mirror and I felt so ugly, so old. My betrothed would have run away in disgust, so I came here trying to find the Fountain of Youth. But, sadly, it's dried up. Have you considered that maybe you were looking into a cursed mirror and it made you look worse than you actually are? Because I conveniently found another mirror. Yes, I understand now. It's because of this mirror. In fact, I haven't changed at all. The image reflected by this mirror is a lie. Thank you so much. You've saved my marriage. Here you go. Take this cursed mirror. Bingo! Remember when I was just saying that we could give the witch a mirror and she would think she looks better? If the mirror tells a lie, then it'll make the old ugly witch think she looks great, and then she'll stop turning people to stone. It's that simple. It'll work perfectly. Clearly a magic user's not gonna be able to tell that that mirror is cursed at all, no. Why would she figure that one out? She'll be too busy being happy seeing the thing she wanted to see. And yes, I know that took a turn for the too real for a moment there, but you know what? Damn it. Okay, time to drink a blueberry potion, then we can go out of here. Because it'll be shorter to walk back from town than it will be to walk back to the witch's house from the Fountain of Youth. You know, there's also another reality we have to consider here. What if the Fountain of Youth never had any water in it to begin with? What if people went down in there, found the mirror next to the fountain, and it was just like a regular fountain of plain old water, but they'd pick up the mirror and they'd look better in the mirror, so they just think they became younger? I mean, that's also a possibility. That's the fucked up part. This is why I said it was going to cease being my problem as soon as I left. Because, boy, there's going to be a lot of consequences to my actions if I took any responsibility for anything that happens here after I leave.
Yes.
And that's the great part about being an adventurer, is you don't have to have consequences for your actions. You do a thing and then you leave town and pretend that town doesn't exist anymore. We already have the light spell. Ray of Injury could be fun, but unfortunately we don't have enough money for that. Oh, okay, so it wasn't that Dawson had a limit to what he could teach. It's a limit based on what level you are. Okay. So let's go ahead and get another hit of learning so we can keep our experience gain rate going up then. So, did it say anything about... No, it just says ability to detect magic objects. Okay. There's probably a more in-depth explanation for detection somewhere, but I'm just gonna go off of what the manual has for me. I don't really need the rest of these that much more. I'll take another hit of identification to make sure I can keep identifying things, and that'll do well enough for me. Time to go lie to a witch, because that never backfires. Please note, lying to a witch is usually a very fast way to get cursed. 0 out of 10, do not recommend this behavior. I was gonna just teleport over there, but they wanted to have a fight. Whoop. I mean, that's how you end up getting cursed too, though. They'll just curse you with their dying breath, and it becomes a whole thing. And death curses are worse. That's just, ugh. You know, really hard to sell this one as a whole lie here game when you label it the Mirror of Lies and it looks really cursed. God damn it. Wait, we can read it? Huh? Oh, good. I'm glad it's even labeled. Great. There's some writing carved into the back of the mirror. I am the mirror of lies. The beautiful will appear ugly, and the ugly beautiful. Great. Great. I'm so glad this has a warning label on it. Then again, the other guy didn't find it, so maybe she won't figure it out either. Oh, look how beautiful I am, and how young I look. Oh, my skin is so soft. Oh. Yep, she's stupid. Okay, you know what? This works. You gonna uncurse people now? What now? Can't you see the spell is broken? Well, I didn't leave yet, so no, I didn't see that. Yes, yes, there you go. I've broken the spell. Now go away. Now, remember, everybody, no one tell the witch that she's looking in a fake mirror, okay? That's just gonna be our little secret. Or at the very least, don't tell her till I'm very far away. Because if everybody here gets turned to stone again after I leave, again, still not my problem. Look, they're not stone anymore. Hey, acknowledge me. Well done, you've dealt with Mika well. Since you gave her this lying mirror, she thinks she's the most beautiful woman. Thanks to you, the women of the village are no longer at risk. Thank you. Exactly. My participation in this is done now. Thank you. I'll be eternally grateful that you saved my wife. Actually, do you have any thoughts on this after you were stoned? You saved us. Thank you again. No, not you. I want to talk to the other one. Still, thanks to you that I look like my normal self again. Good for you. What a feat! You found the Crystal of Wisdom, but there are 6 more crystals to be found before you can prove that you're the chosen one. Once you've found all the crystals, bring them back to me. I will then be able to call up the might of Caliban and make the time orb appear. See you again, and good luck. So yeah, that's the whole thing we're doing, by the way, is we're supposed to find 7 orbs to make the time orb to go fight the magic dragon. Huh. So they just kind of didn't fall over and then did fall over. They were dead either. You know what? Just don't think about it too much. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure nothing's broken. They're just really thinking about it, I guess. We're just killing so fast that we can do the fancy anime thing of walking away, then put the sword away and they fall over. That's clearly what's happening now. Oh, go for the true irony. I like this thought. I feel like it'd be a problem because of the fact that I don't have a poisoned apple. Like, I've got an apple here, but it's not very poisoned, see? Not poisoned. It would be very funny if I just fell over after I closed this menu after I did that. Nope, we're fine. Genuinely was expecting it, because that's how that usually works out for me. Like, see, it's fine. Well, maybe it wasn't fine after all. So, I'm going to assume that that was the only problem the Land of Ardil had, and we're probably supposed to go to the other land we saw now. But there is unexplored map this way, so maybe there's something over here too. That would have been perfect, honestly, especially with how long it's been since I last saved. Speaking of, just gonna, you know, quietly do this. Pretend nothing bad could potentially be happening to me at all. Especially since the antidote spell's really expensive, so hopefully I didn't poison myself. That'd be really awkward. Though if I am poisoned somehow, I can always go back to the town and get my poison cured. So really thinking about this whole saving thing, it's taking a real long time to do it. There it goes. Gotta save all of that lying to witches I did. Yeah, it looks like this is a useless dead end. Because that little indent up there was that dead end we walked into. So yeah, I think we do just go to the land of Terran and see if things are happening over there. Terran, whatever the hell it is. Which that's just right over here. Terran, yeah, there we go. It's just Earth, but populated by cat people. Which, some people will be very down for that. Some people will be very upset about that. I'll leave that for everyone else to decide how they feel about. You know, that's the exact opposite of what I was joking about, but somehow it works concerningly well regardless.
Please help.
I don't have Berserk equipped right now. There we go. So, turns out the Ratmen from the hills are real strong. Choo. Target him, please. Thank you. Choo, choo. I did joke about it being populated with cat people, and all we got is rat people. But maybe the cat people are in town, and they're fighting the rat people of the hills. This is entirely possible, and I really don't know what to do with that information. To level 5? Okay, presumably that's a continuation from the dungeon we were just doing, since the dungeon we did ended at level 4. Why it's just called level 5 instead of having a name like the other one is beyond me. These spiders are having a weird moment. Oh hey, just a bow fell out of that spider, okay. Maybe the bow wouldn't be a bad idea with our magic running out and our health in questionable condition. Good thing we just have an infinite supply of arrows. We don't have the technology for the magic of guns, so we just make do with the magic of bow. Uh-oh. Cousin, please. You should buy their wares because Khajiit has wares? I mean, this also works, yes. Oh god. Getting this thing to target him is perfect problematic, because it involves getting just close enough that I'm in danger. Uh-oh. Well, this is much more dangerous than it needs to be. I could just use any of the potions that I'm carrying on me. But why use resources when I can just kill things with arrows that apparently aren't resources? And just constantly be risking my life. There we go. See, everything's fine. Nothing's gone wrong yet. And thanks to getting the communion skill, I am actually getting some of my mana back, so I can actually supplement my arrows with magic. This is the nice thing about being able to just equip anything you pick up as long as you have the stats for it. Is sometimes you can just whip out a bow to solve problems like that. That's definitely a problem.
I do not have enough mana.
Yeah, I know you don't have enough mana. Or mana, as you decide to pronounce it, apparently. I mean, that's just being a drug dealer. That is exactly how that works. You've just achieved fantasy drug dealer. Which, you know, it's a business model for a reason. Maybe not great reasons, but it's a business model for a reason. You know, I'm starting to question if this section of the map has a town. I'm most certainly questioning my odds of making it to it alive. You know, that really does hit the irony quite well, actually. So I'm just gonna actually drink a mana potion, and we're just gonna get out of here for a second. Look at that goblin go, though. He's so happy that I'm leaving this hellhole. Look at him go. He's like, yeah, you lived. Now I get to steal your stuff instead. Ha. Oh, boy. Well, we're not going to sell our sword, because the sword is kind of our whole thing right now. We can actually make use of that shield now that we have it, too. Did you get any new stuff? No, your stuff hasn't changed. That's why I'm assuming there's going to be another town, because these guys don't seem to have changed the level of their wares at all. I wouldn't mind the healing spell. That requires, like, no magic, too. I'm actually not sure how much magic clerics start with. So... yeah, money rears its ugly head once again. We can never escape the constant problem of needing money. We should probably buy some food, too. Like, we're walking around with some cherries, but that's about it. We could definitely do better than that. There we go, we'll just put a couple chicken legs in our pocket. Nothing bad will happen from that. We can also rest. 100 gold for a good night's rest, huh? Sure. Okay, that restores food, too, so that's actually worth the 100, then. It gives you back both bars and your food, so that's actually worth it. Somewhat, anyway. I should probably repair this bow before I leave. Because that's the one thing we can't do, is repair things. The one little bit of self-sufficiency we are very grievously lacking. I could upgrade things as well, but why bother? Everything we have is working well enough. Don't get me wrong, if I upgraded, it probably would make my life easier. But we're really not struggling. Like, the only reason I'm even having any danger right now is because I'm an idiot who hasn't spent any points on vitality, really. So I just get destroyed by anything that hits me. Just on a similar note. Oh god. There we go. Switch back to that. For the time being.
I have been poisoned.
Oh, hey, we've been poisoned, huh? Well, that's a fucking shame. We've been out here for a minute and we got poisoned immediately. And I have no antidotes. You know, I was just wondering what I forgot when I left town, and now I know. So I forgot to see if I had any antidotes. Well, let's see how bad poison is, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? Let's find out just how much this will hurt me. And we will counterbalance it with Berserk. Yeah, lizardmen are dangerous, goddamn. And yeah, the regeneration from berserking seems to make poison irrelevant. I just need to keep casting that. The Land of Margor. Alright, Snork, you have a good night. Thank you for being here as always. Stab, 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 stab the spiders until they cease moving. Rags. Keep getting more rags. Where's the riches? We're supposed to go from rags to riches. Where's the riches half of this? You know, I can't help but feel that I might actually be saving mana if I was just shooting magic missiles at things instead of berserking in terms of actual expenditure. I can't help but notice I'm not hitting him, but he's also not hitting me. Okay, this 2v1 is not great for us. If I wasn't berserking, we'd be dead right now. Curse you in the reach of your spear. On the bright side, now that we're poisoned, presumably we can't be double poisoned. I should not say such things now that I think about that. Because now that I said that, what's stopping it being true that I can actually, in fact, get poisoned twice and just start taking double ticks of poison? I also probably should put potions on my belt. Oh, actually, yeah, that moves them, so that might not be a bad idea. How the belt slots work, by the way, is your triggers are your belt slots, and essentially bumpers, which in this case are L1 and R1, are your spell slots, in case people didn't catch that before. Which is why I was freely able to use my spells, but not necessarily freely able to use my potions till now. Because I didn't want to be wasting them by accident hitting the wrong buttons. But now that I'm used to using the spells, I'm more willing to put my potions there. Yeah, we found another land and we found another dungeon in the land we're currently in. I'm just making sure there's nothing else around here. Because we've not found any indicator of a quest around here. We at least found the village that was cursed by a witch in the previous area, so we knew what was going on there. And obviously I could just dive into the dungeon and see what I find, but I would like a little bit of context for what the hell's going on around me. Also, despite all the levels of learning we have, we're really not gaining levels much anymore, and I'm kind of concerned about that. Because you would think fighting these stronger enemies would be netting me more levels. But we seem to not be having much luck in that regard. Just renew berserking before it wears off and gets me killed. Yep, now we're having the classic dungeon crawl experience of just potioning my way to victory. Yeah, we looped back around to the tower. I wish I could scroll this map. I really do. Only being able to see what's in your immediate vicinity kind of makes the point of a map, well, irrelevant. Okay, rather than stopping and fighting everything we see along the way, let's just run around and see if we can figure things out here. Oop, the fairy something. Hang on. The fairy lake. Don't know what that means, but you know what? We're going in. Hello? I found a fairy that plays music. I might be slowly dying of poison while she's playing music. This is the Song of the Snakes. To play it yourself, have the reeds sing, starting with the smallest and ending with the biggest. Let's take a note of that. Just gonna screen cap that right quick so I remember that. There we go. Because that seems like useful information. Specifically the fact that it has to go in that specific order. So we have to find reeds somewhere. Maybe they're down in the dungeon, but maybe they're out here somewhere. But presumably that's our next key to doing what we need to do to get the next crystal. Also, poison doesn't seem to wear off. Because we've been poisoned for a real long time. And yeah, there's the land of Margor again. That seems to be the only things in this area. Is the fairy lake, the dungeon, and then the entrance to Margor. So let's go into the dungeon and then I'll magic door back to town to get this poison cured. Or after we look around for a little bit. Since berserking can keep me intact just fine anyway. Oh, wait. Hey, that gives infinite mana. You know, maybe we don't need to leave anytime soon. So I can just keep berserking ad infinitum here. So I can also just spam magic missiles with that there, actually. Our magic missile still does more damage than our sword. Our sword just doesn't cost us anything. Hey, we finally gained a level again. It's been a little while. But this way we might actually at least turn somewhat of a profit before we go back to town again. That's why I didn't just want to immediately go back. Oh god, 3 of them might be the death of me. Between them and the poison. There we go. We've weathered 2 with poison before, so we should be okay taking 2 at a time. Berserking might just be a bullshit spell. I'm just gonna say that right now. This might be a bullshit spell. It makes me faster, stronger, and heals me. This is a stupidly strong spell. Though it's definitely been necessary for expediting this. Like, if we didn't have that, this would be taking so much longer. There'd be so much kiting and risking life and limb constantly involved to get literally anything done. Yeah, no, this poison needs to go, though. It is eventually going to be the death of me. Now, there is consideration for continuing to raise my vitality with how bad things have been going. But what if I just had more magic so I can keep casting berserking? I'm actually going to raise the vitality a bit. It's just, I could raise myself to the next threshold for magic, so I wanted to do that first. Because I'm betting things go 20, 30, 40 for a lot of the gear and such, so going up to 40 made sense for that. Yeah, I can't actually use those in any way actively. Go ahead and just put it in as Magic 1 for the moment. It doesn't matter which one it is. But yeah, like, we're not really gonna make much money on this return trip. We just need...
I do not have enough mana.
to use this first. Do that. Use it again so I have full mana. Because we're not gonna rest. We have no reason to rest. We just need to go get cured. We will be turned into a ham. Just in time for Thanksgiving. Turn your wizard into a ham today. Interesting, we're still poisoned, but while... There we go. I was gonna say, while we're in town, apparently I don't take poison damage. And then it poison damaged me anyway. Wait, curing was free? Well, works for me. You happen to have new spells right now? You have no spells right now. Why must you be the most disappointing shop ever created? Why are you like this? You also have an amulet that does nothing. Why is this man in business? Why has no one burnt this shop to the ground? Give me some antidote potions, you useless bastard. Least favorite man in town suddenly. Remember, he was my favorite merchant up until about 5 seconds ago. That's how quickly it can turn against you if you just do a bad bit of business. Let that be a lesson. Maybe it's worth it to me to buy that better sword. Because that is a lot more damage. And we do have enough strength to use it. The only problem with this idea is I think we all know that the second I buy this, we're gonna find one, and I'm gonna be sad. Also, goddamn, these upgraded rags and they're 4 times AC compared to the ones over here. What the hell, man? What the hell? Yeah, no, it does cost about the same to upgrade it. That's what I was verifying. 2 to 4 damage scepter. It might be a better idea for us to get the fancy cape here that gives dexterity, but that's so fucking expensive. And again, we almost certainly are gonna find better or as good immediately afterwards. I'm just curious in looking at the different things the different classes get. You can get a hammer. If you were a man of the cloth, you would be a man of the hammer. Yeah, this is the stuff we're wearing. That's the other reason why I cleared all that out, is I wanted to be able to tell which ones were mine. I could upgrade the rags. I presume that would put them up to the 8 AC that the other ones had. But again, all of these cost 5,000 to upgrade, and I just feel like that's not worth it. I might be wrong with that logic, but I feel like I'm just shooting myself in the foot if I spend money on that, when I can buy skill upgrades and just be a better character. Speaking of, let's upgrade Communion to level 3. We're spending way more mana, so we need more mana regen to make up for it. Now, logically, that makes sense. Will it actually be true? You know. Time will tell. Will it tell me lies? Yeah. Though, admittedly, going for more mana regen when I have a fountain here, slightly silly, but it's one of those things where we're not gonna have that fountain forever, so best to solve the current problem. Or, I should say, what will become the future problem. It does seem like it is affecting our magic damage when I raise my magic. It just doesn't say that in the manual, because the manual does a bad job of portraying the information, I guess. Because it only told me that it raises your mana. It didn't say affect spell scaling or anything. This is why I should have just assumed what I was going to assume about the information instead of reading the manual. Why is it so consistent that when I read information in a lot of these old games that I get worse information than if I just made a guess? Berserking is the most powerful spell we've seen. It makes me immortal, which is kind of insane. Do 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 do. Just gonna stab him to death with a shitty sword and hope we find a better one. That's right, stay stuck in the doorway. Fight me one-on-one, man to lizard man. Or I guess dragon man to lizard man, really, but you know, that's neither here nor there. Oh boy. What part of one-on-one didn't you understand? Trying to jump me in with your bat friends, I see how it is. What a neighborhood we got here. Why is it, by the way, that the bats are like the most dangerous thing ever? Uh-oh. I see you creeping up on me. New thing scary. Okay, that's an orc. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was gonna be like an orc, an ogre, what variety of big scary thing it was going to be. Because he didn't quite look like the one from the load screen. Okay, they're not that bad. Their accuracy seems to be terrible. Which, that's kind of our saving grace so far, is the fact that the enemies aren't always hitting. If they had guaranteed hit rates, we'd be so dead right now. Like this, the lizard men are dangerous because they hit pretty frequently. But thankfully, it seems like monsters have accuracy too. Actually, I need to check something. Okay, no. I wanted to see if my stats visibly raised when I have berserking going, because it seems like it also raises our dexterity since we are getting hit less while we have berserking going. Berserker, berserking, it doesn't matter. I just gotta remember, if we start getting shot at, I want to pull out reflections. Oh, that's a death room. That room's just full of bad sadness and nightmares. I really don't want to let myself get surrounded.
I do not have enough mana.
Oh, banana. Okay, Lizard Man's gone. Somehow I feel that between the three orcs, they'd managed to find a way to hit me. Case in point. Ow. Pain, misery, woe. Clubs really hurt when they manage to hit you. Could you kindly die? I know you're saying the same to me, but could you go first? I'll meet you there later. And I know I'm using potions when I could be going back to the fountain, but at this point the fountain's kind of far away, and the way the monsters seem to respawn, I don't know if we'd make any headway if I kept running back to the fountain. Case in point, a bat just spawned right next to me. Eventually, you will lose this fight. All that brawling and we didn't gain a level. Let that be a lesson that our level scaling is still rough. And that's with multiple levels of learning to increase our experience gain. Oh my god, so many monsters. That's right, just take your turn. Everybody wait patiently, wait in the line, and then you can fight the wizard. Hey, come fight the wizard. You were supposed to be interested in doing this, not just wandering off and getting bored. There's our level. Okay, now I said I was gonna do vitality next. And yeah, that still seems like a good idea, because we keep trending near death. Which, I know, we're getting diminishing returns on spending points on vitality. But I feel like having a certain amount of health is necessary. Especially since I'm being silly and not upgrading our armor. Though we can just put this neophyte cape on that we found that's just flat out better. We haven't really encountered any fire, so I don't think I'm too worried about fire resist. I just wish these things had different name labels so you could tell that it's better without having to sit there and check everything. You know, what can I ask of a PS1 game? I do wonder if the PC version actually had different labels or if everything's the same in that version. It at the very least had more plot in the manual for the PC version, I can tell you that one. What do you know, if I just pressed on with the poison we had, I could have found an antidote without having to go back and buy them. What do you know? It's a hell of a thing, by the way, that the monsters just exist as soon as you open the door. Like, obviously it's because you can't see into the room, but it's very weird that you can see that there's boxes and barrels in here, but you can't see the bat flying next to the boxes and barrels. It's just a little weird. The selective fog of war is fascinating. Okay, that's actually worth it. And that's also in better shape than the ones we just put on. 3% armor's not really gonna do anything for us, but it's better than a robe that does nothing. And it's also not about to break like the other one. Enemies. We had all that action and now there's just like emptiness. Hello? We've been here before. There's apparently a room. Oh boy. I was gonna say there's apparently a room off of this room that has a chest in it, but not only does it need a switch, but there's a lot of bad in this room. Thankfully, apparently orcs are as stupid as they are in most universes. Like, they're not completely stupid, but they're a little stupid. At the very least, a little inattentive. Which, honestly, I can relate to that. Oh, the lever is just right here again. Oh, but there's monsters in here too. Wait, now if this is locked off with a lever from the outside, what are you lot doing in here? Are you the bad ones? Did they lock you up for monster crimes? If so, what the hell would your crimes be to be worse than everybody else in here? Or all living in a dungeon? What did you do? Were you the good monsters? Is that why you were locked up? Is that the thing? You wanted to go do charity and they threw you in the box? Got better loot out of the guys I had to fight to get in here than I did out of the box in there. Disappointing. Not that this is great either. Hey, slightly higher accuracy stick that does no damage. Joy. I mean, theoretically, the slightly higher hit chance this has might actually mean it overall would do more damage than the sword. But I don't think that percentage is enough to make a difference there. Also, I'm eternally sad that the music stops when we menu. Yeah, sure, eat the mushroom. If it poisons me, I have antidote potions. The chest. Okay. The important chest is apparently over here, and not even guarded. Oh, let me guess, I need multiple reeds. Since she mentioned that we need to play the reeds in the order of smallest to largest. So there must be multiple chests with multiple reeds in them. It's also a little silly that we found the quest item on the first floor, so there's probably a reed on every floor, or something along those lines. I forgot to go berserk, and they also hit stunned me as I tried to walk away, so that almost was really bad. Remember what I said about being inattentive? Yeah. Yeah, it's coming back to haunt me again. Because all it takes is one lapse of attention and I will be a dead man. But that's what makes this exciting. If we were safe fighting everything, then there'd be no reason for me to even pay attention. Oh yeah, I don't think I mentioned what the other game I didn't quite get to work that was on the plan list for today. I was gonna try the old Wizards and Warriors for PC as well. So I remember that game being kind of nasty but kind of goofy. So that would have been a funny one. But I couldn't get it to capture in a good way. I couldn't get it to have a good resolution or anything. I probably need to find a wrapper or something for it. And I'd only thought of doing it this morning, so I didn't have time to do that. So that's probably going to end up a future project just like Arx Fatalis will, which I know of a fix for Arx Fatalis, I just didn't have it on hand. And I did not want to sit there and play the testing game to make sure it worked at the last minute, more or less. And I also could have resumed the Shuffler today, but I'm planning on doing that on tentatively Friday, because I still have not removed all of the broken and remaining things and fixed the fact that there'd be empty spaces because of fixing the broken things. So that too ends up getting kind of pushed back a little bit. Because as you might imagine, the majority of my focus recently was on making sure we were in a good spot for Monster Hunter yesterday. So that's why that all ended the way it did. I'm also working on like 6 other projects all the time, so... Brain go burr, and sometimes brain don't brain the thing the brain needs to be braining. That's a sentence. It's also accurate. So we'll finish raising vitality to 30. Probably just gonna leave it there at this point, because yeah, that is super inefficient, as we knew. Go ahead and round that off, because that does raise our defense a bit too. Actually raised it a lot. Though I think some of that came from the vitality too, and I just happened to spot the number moving at this point. Let's go ahead and turn... Actually, how full is our inventory? Oh, we got the healing spell. Yes, whoa. So that saves us a ton of money. But what I was gonna say is our inventory is pretty full, so I think we'll go ahead and magic door out for a moment. I know we're not getting as much distance anymore, but that shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. Now that I start to know a little bit more about our limitations as far as inventory goes, and simply the fact that it's more dangerous now, we're kind of gonna be putting the crawl in dungeon crawl a little bit here and there. Keeping that haste scroll is tempting, but no. I'm not one for using scrolls much. Why do you still have no books? Like, have I just gotten too good for you? Am I just beyond your ability to help? I should be careful phrasing it that way, because honestly, that could end up going the opposite direction. You only have enough magic for the fancy scepter now. +2 to mana? Are you fucking kidding me? You want to charge me an extra 1,000 for +2 mana? You, sir, are perpetuating highway robbery, and I dislike you. Maybe I should just upgrade a thing. Let's sell. Look how expensive this scepter is because it has a to-hit modifier. The economy of this world might just be fucked. I don't know. Because you slap the tiniest bit of magic on something and the value of it skyrockets. Maybe this world just doesn't have much magic. Maybe that's the problem. You know what? Now that it will be less than half my money, now we'll go ahead and experiment with upgrading. Okay, it doesn't even turn it into the next weapon. It just made it go up by 1. That is not worth doing. That is not worth the money I spent. Because for that amount of money, I could have bought a much better sword. Okay, lesson learned. That's a bad idea. Upgrading is a scam. But now we're back in the dungeon with a slightly stronger sword. Hooray? Question mark? Not sure if that's actually that much better. Oh wow, the entrance to level 6 was, as it turns out, very close to the entrance. Which I think we noticed that as we came in, but I just didn't really process it at the time. Perhaps I will finally consider her starting to use the light spell. Did I really go the wrong way? I sure did. Thanks to the fact that the map doesn't turn with the camera, very frequently I keep going the wrong way on the map because I can't tell which direction I'm facing. Or rather, I can't tell which direction the camera is facing with any reliable means. And if you're thinking that that turning is me doing something, by the way, I'm not actually doing that. The slow turning is not me. The more drastic turning back towards a specific direction, that's me. There we go. Now I reoriented correctly. Now, I don't know if that's just drift happening or if that's the game doing something, but it's still not me doing that intentionally. God damn it. I thought I had walked forward enough that it selected the chest. I should have remembered that it only opens chests when you're standing on the front side of the chest, and that probably wouldn't have been the front side. Hey, look, we get to see another load screen, everybody. Everybody loves those, right? And we're gonna see another one. Oh, funny thing, by the way, I set up buttons on a stream deck I was given to switch models, and then no sooner did I have that all verified and working, did VTube Studio add a way to automate it directly in VTube Studio where you guys can redeem to switch models and it will work. I just need to set that up. I'm kind of upset about that a little bit, but you know what? It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm also slightly upset that these orcs are mauling me. To think, we upgraded our defense a bunch, and they are just ripping right through that. Maybe this is the point where I stop being able to bullshit the system here. Which means it's back to classic bullshit of throw magic missile at my problems. And drink potions like it's going out of style. Though thinking about it, if we're getting experience per hit, it's probably more effective for me to be using the weaker weapon. I just don't know exactly how the experience granting works in this game, because I've not sat there and looked at it. And unless the crown is experience... Oh, there's the experience meter there. Which I guess I could hit something and monitor that. We do have enough vitality for this 4 to 9 club. I mean 5 to 9 rather. So let's just use that. It's sad that we literally just upgraded this sword, but this is exactly what I was saying about buying a sword. Is we were invariably going to instantly replace it. It's almost like how this is... It's almost like this is how it always works. Oh my god.
Please help.
Yep, nope, my berserk bullshit's not working anymore. One-on-one, I think I can still make it work, but anything more than that, it starts becoming a problem. I desperately need a new attack spell, I think. As nice as Magic Missile is, unless I was sitting there dedicating myself to magic, I don't think it would be holding up. Because right now it's about on par with our club damage. Considering I can hit with the club slightly quicker than I can cast Magic Missile. Ah, both barrels exploded. So that's problematic because it's been a little bit since we saved. Which, P.S., I'm pretty sure when you die, you go back to your save. You don't get any saving grace there. So, yeah. That's a real shame. We just lost a lot of progress. This is why you save often. Unlike what I did, which was not saving often. What this also tells me is maybe we stop touching barrels. Maybe we just don't touch barrels anymore. At the end of the day, this was a learning experience. Learning the lesson of, oh god, explosions hurt. Oh yeah, this was before we even picked up the shield, huh? Yeah, because we have the shield, we just didn't put it on. Before we picked up the bow. We had never even gone into the new area. Which means, yeah, this was also before I picked up Communion 3. We didn't get the healing spell. Oof. Oh, this was just all bad, huh? On the bright side, this was after I gave the witch the mirror. At least I think it was. I didn't see it in the inventory, but I'll check again. Yeah, because we have the crystal, so of course we would have already done the mirror. Well, let's just apply what we learned and do better this time. And maybe we'll get better drops this time. Thankfully, I don't really need to go see the fairy in the fairy lake again. Because we already have that information. Because I have the screenshot saved. Unless that changes each time, which it might. But we can always find that out later. I would apologize for the fact that we're having to redo things, but honestly, I think it was funnier that I exploded. And we just won't run around on the surface here. Even though this is going to make going down in here more dangerous, I am also going to, I think, forego adding that vitality, because half the reason I took extra vitality was to handle situations like that, where we get instantly hit with something. And clearly it didn't matter, so I think we're just gonna disregard that idea. and probably just put it into more magic, since we seem to be at the right tier for all of the stuff we'll be getting as far as the other stats go. Also, this was before I put my potions on the bar, so I need to remember that. So we are losing a lot of experience from not running around up there. Okay, that was food. I picked it up too quickly. I didn't even have a chance for my brain to register what it was. It just was in my pocket before I knew what was going on. Behold my infinite arsenal of magic missiles. Oh, I hit something. That reminds me. Okay, we're right before the Ian experience. Kill him. Okay, yeah, we're getting a decent amount. But see, with each cast of it, I am still gaining experience as well, so this works about as well as each hit, I think. I was worried we were going to get diminishing amounts of experience from hitting them with magic. Remember when I said I was going to leave barrels alone? Yeah, I'm saving that for next floor, since that's where we blew up. I'm just going to hope that this floor is safe as far as that goes. Also, we did pick up... Yeah, those rags are better. Put them on. There we go. There's our plot read. Sword? Better sword? Much better sword. Sometimes things just work out. Clearly we died to change our RNG seed. We're just doing some RNG manipulation, guys. Everything's fine. On that note, since we got something good there, how about we save the game so that we don't lose getting the good thing? Doesn't that sound like a great idea? Certainly sounds like a great idea to me. There we go. And there we went, because boy oh boy did that look like a bad idea. Yeah, this sword is way more effective. It's almost like tripling your damage is a good thing. What a concept. Oh boy. Nope, nope, nope. Also, that's why we're stopping. It's not actually a hit stun, it's because he blocked, and he has to do the block animation. So it stops us moving. Oh god, they respawned in that room. Why would you do this to me, video game? Why? Well, I know why, because you want me dead, but still, don't do that. Okay. Things are a little bit better now. Ow, things are a little worse now. think I've got it under control now. We'll find out. If he suddenly starts just hitting over and over and over again, we might still be in trouble. Okay. There's our level up. Which it's time to start doing that experiment. Let's see just how much value we get out of just purely pumping magic in terms of how well our spell does. 10, 14, 9. It seems like it's going up in power a little bit. Because it was doing lows of 7 before, and it seems like the low is 9 now. That's a shitty neophyte cape. I might start throwing away the low tier versions of things, since we've established that they're worth money, but really only if they're enchanted. Like, we can start actually making value judgments and such now that we have quantified values for things.
Hello there.
Hey, ABC. Welcome to the land of too many orcs. Fair enough. Go get some rest. I'm very concerned about breaking any of these breakables now after our only death in this game so far has been exploding because of opening a barrel. That I don't think really had an indication that it was going to explode, but we don't have detect trap or anything, so I suppose that's going to be an issue. Oh, there were 2 reeds on this floor. Maybe it was for the best that we died, because we apparently completely missed a reed when we walked through here the first time, and I would have had to have come back up.
I do not have enough mana.
Uh-oh. There we go. Properly cast the buff, then go fight things. Properly cast the buff that causes the frame rate to die. Oh god. Okay. Solve the problem just by spamming magic missile. Oh, good god, why? Nice, another level. At a good time too, because I was probably gonna use a potion in a second here. Or if I hadn't gotten that level. Okay. For fuck's sake. I just killed you. Stop coming back to life. People are being real noisy out there suddenly. Upsets me greatly. Oh, we got a mace. I mean, if I hadn't gotten this 3 to 10 sword, I would use that 2 to 9 mace, but this sword is superior. The good news is we can sell that mace for a pretty penny, probably. I think in all that fighting, though, we lost track of where that box I was trying to get to was. So I saw one over a wall, and then I just could not find it again. There's lizard men in there, but I see no reason to go in there.
I do not have enough mana.
always have to account for the fact that the sword's reach is not exactly sword reach. It's very much more akin to a big knife instead of a sword. Which I know. Some would argue there's not much of a distinction between the two. And I really only make the distinction when it upsets me. So, what do I know, really, at the end of the day? Aside from that, I know that I'm unhappy about the fact that I cannot reach things sometimes. I think I'm on the right track now. Oh, there's a chest there, so it's on the right track for something, just maybe not what I was looking for. I may even have opened the chest I was thinking of, and my brain just dissociated long enough that I lost track of the fact that that happened. And to think, all of this could have been avoided if I just hadn't decided to hit 2 barrels back to back. After the first one exploded, just going like, oh yeah, one blew up. I'm sure the other one won't, right? They won't put 2 explosives next to each other and not have them both go off together. And then I blew up. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I do not wish to die. Oh, of course, I gained a level immediately afterward. Of course. One of the few times I'll be unhappy about gaining a level. That's free healing I wasted. Ah. Oh, we got a bow that might be stronger. And no, I think that's regular bow strength. How about the throwing knife? Regular throwing knife. Sad. Hey, we didn't identify this yet. Oh, hey, the same neophyte cape we had before. May as well just put it on again, then. Because the rags we had weren't enchanted. Though, technically, it would be better to try to sell that neophyte robe rather than using it, probably, since the armor bonus doesn't seem to be super relevant. Okay, yeah, so every few strength does give you 1 armor. But I think a chunk of the armor we had then must have been coming from the vitality. Because now we're back at the, like, 20-something I remember having before. But we also then suddenly jumped up to 50. Let me check something. I cast Berserk. Ah, no, the 52 was because we were Berserk. So it actually shows the defense value changing then. So I guess it doesn't do direct stats, it just affects some of that up there then. Okay. So that's why Berserk is making us live as long as it is, though, is it makes our defense double. And obviously we're getting the health regen as well. We just become too angry to die. Which honestly, relatable. We'll go ahead and drop off all this stuff. And this way we can run around town at high speeds. Nyum. The value of some of these clubs is still ridiculous. Yeah, that club was worth more than a mace. Why is this world so backwards? I don't understand. There's that shitty +2 to mana sword again. Upgrading our helmet might not be the worst idea because we're not getting any more helmets. Like, not even the shop has other helmets. So that might be a way to sneak in some more AC. But I also don't know if just a couple more AC will make any real difference for us. You have books this time. Or not. Is he just not gonna have books anymore? Is this just a thing that just isn't gonna happen? Wow, I wish I had the money for that. +1 to all attributes isn't bad. Like, obviously it won't do anything huge, but it's still 1 to everything. Though arguably the 4 to dexterity is better for the same price. Basically, you almost hit what would normally be a change threshold in a lot of games without having to spend the points. Or you spend 1 point to reach the threshold change. I don't know how to use lycanthropy. Like, it clearly says that it's a skill that allows changing into a werewolf. Yeah, ability to change your character into a werewolf. But how does one use it? Then again, I've never actually clicked that specific one, so maybe I should try clicking that skill to see if we suddenly turn into a werewolf. Or maybe there's some other factor involved there. Oh, the crown is how many enemies we've killed, by the way. That's what that does. Doesn't actually seem to do anything, it just is a listing. Because they thought that that was important enough to have it be a thing that reads out on the screen. But you know, I guess to some people it's important to count how many kills you have. It's not a useless piece of information. You know, I'm gonna try learning detection. Because the thing that occurred to me, what if detection is actually magic item find, not identifying magic items? Like, basically, they would rule it as you don't know what magic items look like, so you are passing up things that are magic and thinking they aren't. I could see that as a logic that they could roll with. And thus, by raising our detect magic, we can actually find more things that have enchantments on them, because we can identify enchantments better. But the identify skill allows us to figure out what the enchantment actually is.
I do not have enough
Well,
mana.
this was fucking rude. Just drop me in the middle of a bunch of enemies when I come back through my portal, which was clear when I left. You know, that really seems like a fast way to just kill the player straight out. You just land in the middle of a set of enemies and just die instantly. Harsh times, man. Harsh times. There we go. Oh yeah, we didn't even open these. No, we definitely didn't open these because there was a spellbook plinth here, which I definitely would have opened. I think I just happened to stop right in front of them. There's the healing book again. I wonder if that one's set to be healing, because we got healing around the same place both times. Suspicious. But now we can heal. Cost 15 mana. Why would I use heal when Berserker heals me too? And it costs less. I'm a little confused about that one. Maybe I should have just sold the heal book. I think we may as well move on to level 6 now. As scary as level 6 proved to be before. god. No, 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 no. No. Bad lizardmen. Have respect for your elders. I don't know how old they are, but goddammit, they're acting like a bunch of rowdy kids, so I'm gonna call them kids anyway. Just jumping around, poking people with spears, having no respect. Scroll in an empty box. Oh, joy of joys. What was that other thing I picked up? I think it was just a cherry. Again. Also, food is yet to be a real issue because we keep periodically going back to town, which seems to fill our food bar back up. So it just ends up never mattering. I would love to have the haste spell. Haste seems like it'd be real nice to have. Of course, you know, I also still want a better attack spell too, but basically I want a lot of things. Shocker, I know, me wanting things. Where the hell's the exit again? Wasn't the entrance like right over here and the exit was alongside it? Or have I once again spun myself around? That's the one problem with having town portaled in and out of here a couple times, is you start to lose your frame of reference for where anything is. Because you don't use it anymore, therefore you don't know. Okay, there's the way down. Let's go ahead and top up at the fountain. Is that? This way we have full everything going into the next floor. And already a berserk going in case we get dropped right in front of an enemy. Now remember, on this floor, don't touch the barrels might kill you. He says he pokes a barrel anyway because he's an idiot. Save the game. Save the video game. To make sure we don't lose everything again like we did a minute ago. That's a lot of orange lizardmen. Renew berserk before they get in here. Thankfully, we do have a better weapon for dealing with this, but just like, yikes. Regardless, yikes. Oh, great. I get rid of one and immediately a new one spawns. Thanks, game. Appreciate that. Glad to know where you stand on this, which is the same place we knew you always stood, which was standing on the idea of killing me. Otherwise known as standing on my throat. Bright side, worth lots of money. Downside, spooky. Huh. Okay. There's another read. You know, a horrifying thought has come across my mind. What's stopping chests being trapped too? The answer is I don't think there's anything. So you know, that could be a problem. throwing knife or a bow or anything on me? I do not. Can I break these with magic? I can. Okay. I might have to start breaking breakables with ranged attacks and magic just in case they explode. But we get so much good stuff out of the breakables that I feel like I can't not open them.
Yes.
That's a better version of the fire resist rags we had before. Oh god, spiders. I do not wish to be poisoned. Not again. We did this dance once before. I'm not doing it again. They're exploding in bursts of green. I feel like that'll poison me too. Oh hey, we found our first ring. Please be a useful ring.
Yes.
That's not a bad ring. It's a way for us to make up for our vitality disparity without needing to actually do anything about that. Hammer. Can't believe I'm so scared of things exploding now that I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna shoot this from across the room just in case. But conversely, I just go running in to fight enemies hand to hand as a wizard. Something just seems really wrong with that line of logic, huh?
I do not have enough mana.
Though my plan to boost our strength to supplement our magic definitely has paid off because we have been getting like no attack spells. We would have been relying completely on magic missile this entire time if I hadn't gotten enough strength to defend ourselves with weapons. Because like obviously Berserk is handling the rest of that, but I don't think it would have been doing everything. Because like obviously buff spells usually supplement something, not completely replacing something. And that didn't exist. Oh, this is a bad situation to be caught in. Oh god. Trying to find a choke point, but all I'm finding is more problems. Okay, I think I lost them. Like, obviously I found them again, but that was on purpose.
I have been poisoned.
Yep, there's the poison. There's a ring or a necklace or something though, so that's good. Apparently we just weren't finding any because we weren't at a high enough area yet for the game to want to give those to me yet. An amulet. Is it an amulet of anti-poison by chance? Wait. That didn't need to be identified? That's just... okay. +2 dexterity. Look at our stats go up without us having to spend points. Which is all the better that I'm just gonna keep pumping my magic up then. Because if stat boosts are that common, I don't think I even need to worry about spending stats in any other regards then. Also, I do have to point out an appreciation for the fact that we actually get more than one necklace slot. Because, like, obviously it starts to get a little gaudy when you have multiple necklaces, but 2 I think is fine. The fact that you only have 4 ring slots is a little weird, but I guess it's sizing. Like, your fingers don't all have the ability to fit rings natively. Some of them would be a little awkward, especially if your fingers are not close to the same size, because some people's fingers do have some more significant variation than others. Yeah, gotta be real careful when they get those multi-hits off on me. You know, it's really a good thing that he verbally announces when he gets poisoned. Hang on. Thank you for the raid, Ginga, Ryoshi. Hope you're doing well. What were you up to today? Thank you for trusting me with your community. We're just crawling, with an emphasis on crawling, our way through Darkstone. Is it a good cry or a pain cry? Hopefully a good cry.
I have been poisoned.
Thanks, spiders and your poisons. Ah, excellent. So what ended up giving you, what game ended up giving you the good cry? Of course, we wouldn't want to spoil anything, but I'm curious what it was. Can't say I've heard of that one. And it's rare I see something I haven't even at least heard about. Grab the shuriken. Somehow we can just pick that up while fighting. Don't question it. We just like kick it up into our pocket without ruining our form. Ah, that makes sense. I have kind of fallen off knowledge about point and click games like at all. Well, we're out of healing potions, so that's slightly awkward. It's a good thing Berserk gives us health, or we'd be dead. But I'm glad you had a good time with it. Nope, gotta step back or we're going to die. Oh, you spawned a spider there, you bastard game. Nope, definitely gotta fall back. Gotta fall back or we're gonna die. Would help if I knew where I was going, huh? Yeah, I just went in a big circle. It's okay, we have a way out of this situation without dying. I just need to get rid of these guys first. Absolutely. Do what you gotta do to take care of yourself after streaming. Even without the game in question making you feel things, streaming can be rough in its own right. Just once again, thank you for bringing people over.
I do not have enough mana.
See, I do have just enough context to understand that. So I can definitely see how that would sting. I have not seen it myself, but I have definitely heard enough about that one to at least be able to connect the dots there. Wow, the hammer's worth a lot for no good reason, really. I hang on to that bow in case of emergencies. Because we've already had one situation where I was out of mana and running for my life. Oh, there's better armor. It's a shame it's really expensive. We could get a better shield, though. And we definitely do need one. So we'll go ahead and snag that. Wait, maybe a wizard. Oh no, I need a level before I can put that on. I thought it was gonna be redded out, but apparently not this time. I don't know how many more reads we need, but we have 3. Well, we'll just hang on to that till we gain our next level, and we'll just put strength up this time. Instead of purely just boosting my magic. Still no books. Some master you are, Elmric. You're just a joke.
Yes.
Raise communion so we can keep our mana regeneration going. Probably should buy some potions. Can't believe I'm gonna be buying potions like a peasant. We had found so many for so long, and then it just all fell apart. There we go. Now we're in a slightly better position. With an unfortunate emphasis on the slightly. I actually should have stayed in town for a moment so I could look up something, but we'll deal with that later. So I was gonna double check what Delphine Studios did, because their name is familiar to me, but it doesn't ring enough of a bell for me to remember why. But some of the sound effects and such are also familiar to something else. Oh, why are there so many of them? Good lord, this place is riddled with lizards suddenly. And I like lizards, especially, you know, being lizard adjacent as I am, but this is too many lizard men.
I have been poisoned.
Great, I've been here for not even a minute and I'm poisoned again. Joyous day. Which, don't get me wrong, our Berserk ability does block the damage from poison by just healing us faster than the poison deals damage. But if we're burning all the regeneration we have blocking the poison, that means this army of lizard men here would kill us. Because we wouldn't be blocking their damage anymore. And if it's spawning like this in the second dungeon, I am terrified to think of what the third dungeon will look like if we even get there. Okay. We may not be out of the woods yet, but the trees are thinning. That's perfect, actually. Game pauses while we level up, so go ahead and get the strength we need for the better shield. There we go. Even more AC will make our life easier. Because while Berserk enhances our armor class, we do need some natural armor class for it to do anything. Because it seems like it doubles it, so if there's no value there to begin with, then it would be doubling 0, which does nothing. Okay. Wait. Remember, those could explode. Missed. There we go. Another bow. I could just switch to the bow for a while, but then I wouldn't be able to use the shield. And the bow would allow me to break those jars without burning mana, though. So maybe if there's a lot of jars, I just switch to the bow. It's just, since this is a PS1 game, it takes a bit for it to swap things. So I don't really want to be doing it all the time. I just may not have much of a choice. Because for those that came in from the raid or came in later on, we lost an entire floor's worth of progress as well as a bunch of other things because I hit 2 barrels back to back that both exploded. And it killed me basically instantly. Like, the first one wasn't that bad, so I'm like, it won't blow up twice. Boom, dead. And it took a long time to think about that when it blew up and killed me too, so I was very concerned the game crashed at the time. Which would have been a whole other issue. Okay, that just opens the door. Which lets loose more problems. Great. That's what you wanted, right? Open door, receive problems. Hopefully what we picked up out of that lectern is good. We already have that spell. That's the spell we used to town portal out. Well, that's disappointing. Bright side, that spell's worth a decent chunk of money. No. I almost autopiloted to breaking that barrel, and I would have been very sad if it blew up. Another throwing knife. In case people are wondering why I end up sliding on the walls like that, it just is a little squirrely to turn when you're berserk, because the berserk makes you much faster. So steering becomes a bit of a suggestion. Once again, kind of falling into the it's a PS1 game issue a little bit. Okay. We've been through a lot of this territory now. Where is the way down to the next floor? There's the chest where we got the reed. Which that too, for those that missed it... There we go. We encountered a fairy who told us to play the same song she did, but by playing the reeds from smallest to largest, I believe she said. I have a screen cap of it. Yes, starting with the smallest and ending with the biggest. That's to play the Song of Snakes. What that means or why we would be doing that, I have no idea. Oh, we got ranged enemies. I have a solution to that. Behold, reflections! Have all of your own arrows back! This seems largely ineffective, admittedly, because it only lasts for a few seconds. But it's probably better than if we had taken all those arrows on the chin, walking into 5 of them shooting at us. Well, that certainly was a thing that happened. Two copies of Magic Door? Why? Oh, we do have an unidentified bow.
Yes.
Oh, good. +2 to strength on a bow. Thanks, game. Love that. It's actually not realistically a bad thing, because if you think about it, strength would allow you to pull the bowstring back better. So there's a connection there, but still sad. I'm just... Speaking of... Safety first. We should go back to town again soon, though. We're getting a lot of nonsense in our inventory. And while I could just throw it away, I'd rather throw it into a merchant's inventory. See your ambush. You know, I hesitate to think what this floor would be like if we didn't have reflections. Though, with the way they're missing when we're close, maybe it wouldn't actually be that bad without it.
No, no.
Thanks to the armor class from Berserk. Okay. Another scepter. Which is probably not any good. I don't know, it's at least the high-end scepter. Still not worth using, unless there's like a magic multiplier that those things give that it doesn't convey to the player in any way, shape, or form. Which, it's theoretically possible, because plenty of games like this do that kind of thing, but unless it conveys it to me, I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, this seems like a good time to magic door out, because I'm pretty sure we're out of space now. +4 to mana. You know, we're getting a few of these that are already identified. I wonder if magic detection just identifies it for me. Which would then make having identify and magic detection together redundant. Which feels correct for this game, but I don't know. Because the manual doesn't say that. That doesn't mean that's not true, but it'd be kind of weird if... It would be weird that a class that only has certain skills would have 2 skills that do the same thing. One just does it automatically. It's just not outside the realm of possibility. Oh right, I was using the bow last. I was about to say, did I really get a shield the same as the one I bought? But no, you notice the bow is missing. And that we were using. So that's how you know. Repair all of our stuff. Yeah, see, that's the scepter we just sold. The one that's the most expensive one. Oh, we can't afford it. I was like, why is this redded out? Because it's definitely within our wheelhouse. But yeah, like, we can't afford the suit, for example. As much as I would want it. Ooh, speaking of things I can't afford that I would want. Our current sword's the same as this 3 to 10 here. 6 to 15 would be quite nice. Considering we're still struggling to keep killing things. We also have magic stuff to sell, though, so we should make some money. Yeah, because 16 in from each of those. Much better. That's why I was happy to see those books. Hey, you actually have books this time. You got a food spell, a telekinesis spell, detection... What value does telekinesis have in this game? What does that spell do? Tell me, oh manual of information, what does telekinesis do? Can be used to open chests, pick up objects, and pull levers from a distance. Opening chests from a distance would be good if there starts being trapped chests, but we haven't seen them yet. So I'm not sure I want to spend that much money getting a book that we don't currently need. Like, obviously, I'm acknowledging there is a potential future need for it. But what does detection do? Since detection's cheaper. Helps detect magic objects, which are then highlighted in blue. Oh, is that the thing? Is that the entire thing that detect magic's doing for me? Is that it's showing them blue when I'm picking them up? Oh, that could be upsetting. That could be a lot of money I'm wasting doing that. Yeah, because detection literally just still does say ability to detect magic objects. I'm tempted to buy that just to see if when I cast that, it identifies things in my inventory, but again, that's a lot of money. I wish I could afford haste. Haste and berserk together would probably be very silly. But, like, where's my book of magic bomb? That's the stuff I really want. Magic missile's been doing work for us, but I could have spark, I could have fireball. Like, it's taunting me with all of these scrolls of the books that I want. I want more bang for my buck. There we go, now we have 9 of each potion again. Yeah, for those wondering why I'm bemoaning money spent, detection is a skill I had to pay money for. Because you have to train the skills at this gentleman here. Which, I am going to train our learning up again now that we're at a high enough level to get that, because learning makes us gain more experience. It's faster. I kind of want to level identification again, but we haven't failed identifying anything, so I'm not going to worry about it for how much that costs now. And I know, that could backfire on me, but I don't have sufficient knowledge to know that there's an issue there. Especially when our alternative is I'm buying much better armor. Because this 8 AC is not cutting it. Especially when we get 14 with a percentage bonus on top as our replacement. Come on. Open your inventory, Gunther. Come on. Thank you. And we come out of that with more money than we came back to town with, so I'm pretty happy. We could take a rest at the inn as well. Sure. It's only 100 to rest at the inn. Treat myself. There we go. Yeah, you still have the same food items. I was wondering if he'd have, like, bigger, better food items where you, like, eat one and get, like, 100 food out of it or something. Or they'd, like, give food buffs or something. But I feel like that's too advanced for what this game is. No, we don't want to walk out the front door. We want to use our portal. Probably should have swapped back off the bow before I went through the portal in case we land in the middle of a pile of enemies again. Oh well. That's just like the great idea of actually using our right spells when we go through the door too. Which, like, we even have a healing spell, not that I've been using it, because Berserk heals us. Yep, there's a bunch of Amazons right on the other side of that doorway. I should have known it was gonna be a trap. Speaking of, before I go anywhere on this floor now, how about we save the game again? Before I die a miserable, useless death without having saved in more than a floor. I just wish it didn't take so long to save. Because it really sits there and thinks about it. And technically I could just save state instead of saving, since we have anywhere saving, and the save states would be faster. But, you know, accuracy. Save states also wouldn't auto-load. And the long save time gives me a second to, like, stretch and things. Like I would be doing during ad breaks as well anyway, but, you know, health first. Health is important. We haven't been over there on the right yet. But wait, there was something down here? Or am I getting my directions crossed because the map's upside down again? Yeah, our camera angle's fucky. Okay, that's to the right on the map. So we actually want to be facing this way. This way we're correct based on where the map's pointing. I know that was very weird, but just understand that it's necessary for me to be able to navigate correctly, for me to have it oriented appropriately. There we go. Kill the spiders first, because I don't want to get poisoned again. Even though the lizardmen pile is definitely more dangerous in terms of my immediate health. That armor increase is paying off, though. I'm glad I spent that money. Even though I still feel like I'm gonna regret it, like I keep saying, where I'm gonna get something as good, if not better. Sometimes you just gotta take that risk. Guys, I'm trying to open some barrels here. Could you leave me alone? I'm trying to steal your things. You don't need them anymore anyway, because you'll be dead. Okay, you know what? Maybe the jab about you not needing it was unfair. But I think you spawning another lizardman was also unfair. There we go. That was worth opening. Yeah, see, I think we can buy, like, a step ahead of what we can find. Or at least what we're likely to find. I'm gonna stop zooming out so much as well, because it seems like we get less frame drop when I'm not zoomed out. Because I think the game's just not having a good time trying to render so much. PS1's only so strong, after all. Means we see less ahead of me, but let's be real, I wasn't really acting on that information that well anyway. So about that reflection spell again, yeah. That's a lot of archers. Keep reflecting all of their arrows back at them for as long as I can, so I don't get the shit shot out of me.
I do not have enough mana.
Great, I got poisoned while trying to fix that. All in all, though, that could have gone infinitely worse with how many archers were sitting there pointing bows at us. We could have just been demolished. Am I out of antidotes? No, I'm not. Okay, good. I am low on antidotes, though. That is a concern. We've also found a lot of big items immediately. Knock, knock. Magic club, so might be worth it. 5 to 9 plus 3. That's actually better than our sword.
Failed.
Except we don't have enough vitality to use it.
Failed.
I like that, just failed.
Failed. Failed. Failed. Failed. Failed. Failed. Failed. Failed. Failed. Failed. Failed.
Anyway. Shenanigans aside. Can I? No, that just replaces the other stack. Okay. I wanted to put, you know, the stacks together on the belt, but apparently they're just not gonna play ball with that idea. You know, we're a wizard. Why can't we enchant our own things? Why have we never figured that out? I will say, reflecting the arrows back at them has been resoundingly ineffective at hurting them. It just keeps me from getting hurt. Which is worthwhile, don't get me wrong. I'm just very sad that the arrows that are getting reflected aren't just whacking them right in the face. I think that would be very funny. I mean, obviously it'd be very funny for me, not so much for them, but I don't care about what they want. That's another reed. Oh boy. Nice, level up. I can stab you to death better now. Okay. Since we're starting to run into items of a threshold we can't use anymore, there's a reality in which I actually do raise our vitality or our dexterity again. But what if I just raised my magic higher? If we considered just doing better magic. Okay, yeah, now we have 4 reeds. I feel like 4 would be the right number, but I don't even know where to use these things, so... Oh, so this is actually a puzzle. We just conveniently happened to get it right the first time with the last one. And I was thinking about making a joke about the fact that it seemed like that would be weird for there to be multiple switches, but it's only a 1 button press to succeed. I'm so sad every time we open a chest and get nothing. Antidote.
Oh.
Now I don't need antidote potions anymore. Aside from to save myself magic, which, you know, we're buying mana potions like we're an alcoholic, so really, I don't think that's an issue to worry about. Just means another spell I have to switch to periodically, though. Which, that's less than ideal. But it's also not a spell I have to switch to often. Basically, just when spiders exist, I may have to pull it out. And let that be a lesson. Never forget to turn your buff back on. Considering we stood there for a moment and lost half our health. Because buff spells are very, very powerful in this game, apparently. Very, very powerful. And arguably very necessary. At least for this wizard so far. Maybe as a proper warrior we might not have been needing that. But then we wouldn't get to have fun with random spells.
I have been poisoned.
Speaking of random spells, how about antidote? Oh wow, antidote's cheap. Fixed it. Apparently in melee range, it doesn't count as a projectile attack anymore. Because I had Reflection on still, and she still shot me in the face. Oh, I hate this. Just gonna move over here.
I do not have enough mana.
Oh boy. I might have made a mistake walking in here. Yep. This may in fact have been a very, very big mistake I've made. I could run, and I probably should run, but I'm stubborn, and I've decided to stand here for some reason. And I got away with it, even though I feel like I probably shouldn't have. I think we just got really lucky on a lot of those attack rolls where they didn't end up hitting me. Now I gotta select antidote again. Stupid inconvenient spiders being annoying. Oh, I was looking for the entrance to level 8. Turns out it was right next to the door we entered from. The entire time. Don't you hate that? Okay. There's your proof. Those can in fact explode sometimes too. Great. Great, now I have to be scared of chests too, so maybe I should go buy telekinesis the next time it's in the shop, huh? Remember when I said I might regret not rolling a thief who can disarm traps? Yeah. Yeah, about that. So it really feels like no matter what class you are, there's gonna be things you're gonna be missing out on being able to do. Apparently, I've gone further away from where I was trying to go. Because once again, I think my map got spun weird. Bloody hell. Oh yeah, no. Berserk makes you go fast. Nyum. I was waiting for that box to explode too. Now they're giving me a health fountain again. Right when I needed a magic fountain. But it's fine because we're leaving again for the moment. Get rid of all this stuff I'm carrying. Which, that's one advantage I suppose we have, is we'd have no need to rely on magic door scrolls. But it seems like the shop always carries magic door scrolls, so I don't know if relying on that's really an issue in the slightest. As much as I'm sad to sell the fancy e-club, we just can't use it. And of course, they just immediately offer me an even better. Speaking of even better, 9 to 20 sword right there. Oh, that's tempting. I'm gonna not for the moment, but it is supremely tempting. You know, I don't even know why I talked to you. She has nothing for me. Food, night vision, spark, we finally got a different attack spell. I have no idea if it's even any good, but you know what? It's a different one. +1 to mana, fire resist, +1 to life. Goddamn peasant rings over here. Hey, 72 uses of telekinesis. I mean, that's cheaper than... Yeah, that's cheaper than buying the book of telekinesis, and we have recharging, so I presume I can recharge the amulet. So this might actually work for us. And put that in our second amulet slot. Learn our spark book. Yes, yes. Ooh. Mana cost 4, damage 51 to 30, 15 to 31 rather. As opposed to mana cost 2, 9 to 19. So this is definitely stronger. It's almost double the damage. Can't fire it off in town to test it, so guess we're going back out immediately. Just start launching spells in town and watch the population drop. Just a reminder, merchant, if you wish your store to remain open, whoosh. Don't be like that guy. Give me good deals. That sure is a sound effect. Enemies. Oh, I think we found where we might need to use the Song of Snakes. Oh, there's a lot of reed spots. Well, that's upsetting. I have 4 reeds, and there are 5 spots. Either I'm missing one, or one of these is a lie. And based on the way this game is, I'm going to assume I'm missing one. So let's look around on this floor to see if there's one anywhere here. The Mouth Room. Yeah, that's a great name for it. Can't help but notice there's like a real distinct lack of that many enemies here, though. Oh, there we go. Here, eat this. That is definitely more effective. Admittedly, it's twice the cost for basically twice the damage, so it's kind of just matching expectations at that point. Oh, they have different shirts. I'm going to assume they are more powerful Amazons. Which means we put sparks away for the moment and put reflection back on. So that we don't die of arrows. Oh yeah, no, she was tanky. That could be a real issue. It's too dark in here for me to tell if these lizard men are any stronger. They're more durable for sure. But I can't tell if they're a different color. Unless I turn the light spell on, which I have not had a moment to think about doing that. Where it was relevant. Presumably this will heal me? Yeah. Now, how do I use the telekinesis that's on my amulet? That's a very good question. Oh, there we go. Equip it to Magic 1 or Magic 2. Okay. So... okay, it just does like an area effect thing. Interesting. Also, I guess it's using charge for everything it's interacting with? Because it definitely used more than 2 charge when I cast it twice. So that's a thing. Oh, and each time I recharge it, it loses maximum charge. Ooh. So that's not gonna be as easy and free as I thought it was, then. That's a shame. Oh yeah, identify that. Oh good, more hit rate on a thing I'm not really gonna ever use. Lovely. You know, game, it'd be great if there was music in here. Thank you. Not that there's much, but you know, better than nothing. I feel like we're missing the one between these two. So we'll use that one there. Nope. Maybe that's the wrong spot then? Or was I too far away? I was too far away, okay. That's very close to the song the fairy was playing. So I think we do just need one more read. Oh, we're just gonna keep hearing that now, huh? I do appreciate that it actually has different volume further away. It actually, like, has positional audio for that thing in particular. Oh no, skeletons. They've got bows now. Oh, and they got some sharp arrows in those bows. Boink. It's interesting how the reflection only works when the attack would have hit. So you'll notice a bunch of the arrows fly to me and then disappear instead of flying and then bouncing. Well, I guess I don't need to worry about buying telekinesis, not that we have enough magic to use it. We've aged. I don't know if we got magically aged or if we've literally been running around for a year of game time, but our character has gained a year of age. We started this adventure at 20, now we're 21. If magic aging is a thing in this game, I'm terrified. His magic aging can be real dangerous. I'm out of magic and out of magic potions, so this could be bad. Okay. Oh, fuck you. I just killed that. Great, I opened the door to reveal another Amazon. And I think I might actually be out of... Oh no, just out of that stack of magic potions. Okay, good. I had genuine fear for a moment there. Well, we may as well pop these barrels. Not close enough, I guess. Oh yeah, it also picks items up. So we ended up picking that staff up magically. Masters of laziness, these wizards. And yeah, I may as well burn all of the charge in the telekinesis thing before I recharge it the next time. Oh god. Nope. Nope. One of the wonderful things about being this fast, maximum nope speed engage. Oh god. Fighting this many lizard men at once is still dangerous, even with reflection to protect me from their archer backup. God damn, that was a sketchy fight. To think, we could have just walked around the corner and probably avoided the whole Amazon problem. At least temporarily. I don't know why it prompted me that I could proceed to the next level. Is like, obviously we gained a level. Is there like a promotion? Because we do have the wizard tag there, so maybe we go and get a better class? Well, we'll find out. Nice. Let's go ahead and go back to town and see if that's something I can do at town somewhere. Because we need to restock a little bit and clean inventory. Manual, do you tell me anything about upgrading? It's like, we are level 20, so it would make sense for that to be a threshold for something. Also, apparently occasionally the guy who's supposed to make the time orb is supposed to appear here sometimes. But I haven't seen him. I was wondering if maybe that was the thing, is like he would give us our promotion or something. No, you still only teach me this stuff. Oh, now you have the Spark book and the Magic Bomb book. Okay. I could sell the Telekinesis book, but our amulet's not gonna last forever. But I do want Magic Bomb. Can't afford what I want, but I might sell the bow. Just give me 1 second to Google something. It's Darkstone, one word. There seems like there's a lot of differences between the PC version and the PS1 version, because I'm looking at a Steam guide here. It was the first one that popped up, and it's talking about a bunch of things that are not an issue here. Like, apparently there's a certain sizing to a window where you can't actually see the monk and cleric classes, for example. It also says wizards can't turn into werewolves, but sorceresses can. Then why do we get the lycanthropy skill? Which is why I'm like, maybe there's a difference in version there. And apparently, at least based on the way they're describing this, in the PC version you can upgrade spells, so maybe we can actually upgrade spells and I'm not understanding it. Like, I'm following a bunch of trains of thought right now, so just give me a little bit of time. Let me actually exit the blacksmith so you guys at least have music again. If the music decides it wants to come back. So that may again be a PC to PlayStation difference. I found a guide that lists the differences, so I'm gonna figure this out. So I'm genuinely curious about this. I know it doesn't provide the most meaningful content to y'all because you can't see what I'm looking at, but just follow along with the thoughts here. Okay, there's twice as many lands, but there's only one quest per land, whereas every land had 2 quests in the PC version. You had more hotkeys in the PC version, that makes sense. No side quests at all in the PlayStation version. Okay, so there's not too many significant differences. And apparently the guide here mentions turning into a werewolf switches your strength and your magic. So that's a thing. I'm not sure what to do with that information in a meaningful way. Okay, my logic about getting learning first was a good choice according to every guide I'm seeing. Which, you know, that just makes sense. But I'm not seeing anything about upgrading the class, so I think that's just a bit of weirdness there. Let me see if I can figure out if there is a way to make my spells better, though. Because they said something about right-clicking it in order to make it better if you had the necessary spell points. Which obviously, theoretically, we would have enough to make that one better. And I do see the level there. I just don't know what the input required is for this. Unless maybe we couldn't read a duplicate book before because we didn't have enough magic. And I should actually grab a duplicate? Oh yeah, there we go. Required 105 magic. So yeah, that's the problem. So that is how you, like, level up your spells. There was just a misunderstanding before because I wasn't paying enough attention. That's on me. But we need 19,200 for that. Can I make up that money? Obviously, yes, I could if I sold telekinesis, but I don't think it's a good idea to sell that. Also, wait, how much magic did Magic Bomb need? Because if I can't use it, it might not be even worth buying. 55, so I can use that. If if I sell my bow, I can make up the money, so we'll go ahead and sell the bow. Because with telekinesis, we can open things without needing to use the bow to do it anyway. And this gives us another spell to use.
Oh.
Okay, I can't learn it without having enough to use it. I was wondering if I could just have it and not be able to use it. It cost 39 to 78 damage. That's definitely better damage. And we'll find out if it's actually a better spell overall. But now that I know I can make my spells better, we might actually be in a bad spot to a certain degree, because I've now wasted a bunch of spell books, technically, because I sold a bunch of them. Like, I could have made our berserking stronger, probably, but I might not have had enough magic to do that. Either way, we've learned a bunch by looking things up for a second. Would have been nice if the manual had indicated any of that. Because when I read through the manual multiple times, I saw no mention of leveling spells up in the PlayStation manual. Maybe it would be in the PC one, but, you know. Oh, right, we have to find that other missing reed. Okay, Magic Bomb doesn't have travel time, so I already like this spell better. It can't miss. And it's instant killing these little bastards. Well, most of the time. It is a little on the pricey side compared to what we're used to. But that too is okay. It's a small price to pay for the deletion of things that would hurt me. There's our last read. Okay. Oh, this is another longer read. This might actually be longer than the one I placed. We'll have to go look. Hello, sir. Goodbye. Am I going the right way? Yes. I need to get past this idiot. Coming through. I might have taken a wrong turn, actually. Rude. This might be how we die. Grab the book. The biggest problem is we keep missing hitting this skeleton. Move, you fool! I don't dare open those barrels by hand or I will die, probably. Close the door. Okay. Yeah, there's the snake room. Thing is, I don't know if activating this is gonna be a good idea when I'm nearly dead. Because it's gonna let those snakes out, I presume. Thankfully, we do have healing potions left. We just didn't have them on the bar anymore. Oh, hey, we got another telekinesis book. I feel like the game is mocking me. Wait, where did this read go? Why is this read not in here anymore? Did I just pick the same read up again? What the fuck? I think I did just pick the same read back up, because I think the game was treating it as if I had lost that read. Wait. It made the noise. Oh no, it's because I picked the read back up. Let's just hang on to these so it stops doing weird nonsense. Oh, fuck me. Oh, but the door's open.
been poisoned.
Oh god, the door, the thing of snakes is to get rid of the snakes, I think, not to open the door. Ah! I have made mistakes. I think that guy's guarding the exit. Sure is. So I made a mistake, but I think we'll be okay. Oh, that's some strong poison. Now, what we need to do is manage to run for our lives through level 7 here to get back to the magic fountain. Which actually, no, the door here was right next to the other one, wasn't it? I think this was the one that the doors were closed. Yes, okay. Oh god, the firing squad. This seems harsh and unnecessary. Yeah, that means level 7 wasn't the one that had the magic fountain, it was this one. We just need to get back to the entrance of this one. Worst case, we just keep climbing and running for our lives till we get out of here. This is just inconvenient. So we are gonna have to recheck some of these floors anyway, because we apparently missed a read somewhere. Okay. Oh, that was almost disaster. Get rid of the poison. Now we magic door away for a second. I know we were just in town a moment ago, but I made horrible mistakes like not bringing enough magic potions with me. Oh. Another near miss with complete disaster. Yeah, we'll sell one of the 2 telekinesis books as well, because I don't think that's something I really need to level up right now. Okay, they all need 105 magic, which tells me we probably wouldn't be able to level up the magic missile spell without 105. So that's just intended to be a later thing. Or a thing for those who just full sent it on magic and magic only. Which, you know, I guess is technically what you're supposed to do as a wizard. I just went for slightly balanced stats because frequently that ends up working out in my favor. It just may not necessarily be working out the best here. I just spent a lot of money on potions, but we're gonna need them. Because we may or may not be about to go on a magic bomb rampage. Age through our problems. And since the shop is still the same with the magic guy, I'm going to assume it's the same for the blacksmith at the moment. Because we weren't gone that long, so the shops wouldn't have reset. I'm going to save before we make this trip back down. So, I wish I remembered which floors we got a read on. Wait, no. Maybe there is only 4 reads, because there's only 4 floors. Because this starts at level 5. So maybe it is a matter of I just have to place the read in the right spot. But then why is there no information regarding which spot to put it? It just says go from biggest to smallest. Unless maybe... Oh... I might be an idiot. I might be overthinking it. Because you know what the smallest reed would be? The reed that's already in the damn thing's mouth. this might be sublimely simple, and I just went off on a logic tangent that was completely incorrect. Oh, why would that have to be something that has happened so many times? I wonder if the snake's still loose. If the snake's still loose, that might be a problem. Nope. It's backward spawned, though it's immediately free again. That could be a very big issue. Also, didn't I say I was gonna save, and I think I didn't? Hang on. Let me do that. Yes, play the sound of my potential death. Because I think I was gonna save, and then I went, ooh, I can just run down, though. It's like a foot away. After realizing, wait, I might be stupid. But this save is gonna be important, because if he kills me, which that snake, being as potent as he is, could easily kill me, seems like it'd be important. Okay. Game save. Woo. They don't seem placated or anything in any way, shape, or form. Can I just use the door behind them? Oh god, there's more snakes in here. I got the crystal, and we're dead. Okay, so good news, we don't have to solve the puzzle to get the crystal. The bad news is, it's very hard to survive getting the crystal without doing the puzzle, but I think we can do it. I also need to test another theory. What if we hit the snakes with magic bomb? Will they die? If I could just magic bomb a couple of the snakes and they die from it, then we can clean up enough space that I can run in, grab the crystal, and get out. Absolutely brute forcing this crystal. It's just not even going to acknowledge any other reality there. This is absolutely me doing this the wrong way. Just want to say that now before anybody's like, well, why are you doing this way? Wouldn't it be easier if you did it there, remember? It's like, well, yeah, but I'd have to go find the thing, and this way I don't have to find anything. I just fling bomb. Okay, yeah, 3 magic bombs and they die. As long as it hits. So at least the 2 entrance snakes are dead, so now I can actually think this through a little better. Interesting. Loading the save also sent these back to my inventory, except this one, which got sent back to where it came from. So that's a little stupid. Can I, like, magic bomb you through the door? I had a target lock. There we go. I sure can. Can I get a target lock on any of the other ones? Yes, I can. This is cheating levels at this point. But you know what? I don't care. They want to put a bunch of murder snakes in here. I'm gonna just murder the murder snakes. Here they come. So what I can also do is just block this door. If they're smart enough to make their way to me, which they don't seem to be. There's more than one way to solve a snake problem. This is when we actually, like, get a bad ending later because I blew up the snakes instead of solving this peacefully. Joke's on them, I don't care about peaceful results. Oh nice, the bomb was there so it walked into it and took damage. There we go. When in doubt, blow up your problems. Who needs to solve your stupid sound puzzle? The only sound I need is kaboom. Okay, but with that done, this dungeon's done. I admittedly should walk back out of this place, but walking out of here is going to be a pain. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to warp back up here, do what little business I can do, and then run through the various lands back to new territory. It's not going to be as convenient in some ways, but it'll be more convenient on the whole, I think. What do I even have in my inventory? Fuck all. Also, don't need these reeds anymore. These reeds are dead to me. Because I just broke the mechanic. I'm looking forward to the potential comment on the VOD later, if anybody even ends up watching the VOD, where somebody's just like, huh, I didn't know you could blow up the snakes. I always did the puzzle. That's my favorite thing, is having people go, huh, I didn't know you could do that, whenever I do something weird and nonsensical. So this time it was fairly sensical, I'd say. Snakes are scary, snakes have health bar, blow up snake is good solution to snake problem. Snakes are cool though, but I prefer to admire them from a distance. Usually a great distance. Primarily a distance where I am away and they are contained. Thanks to the speed boost of Berserk, we can actually really cover ground. There we go, we're back to the area where this dungeon we just finished was. And I know where Magog is, very vaguely. We don't have it mapped because of the death we had, because I then didn't re-explore the map. But I know the basic idea of where that area is. It was up toward this end of the map. So we just neum off till we find it. And then we hope that the enemies in that area don't just ruin me. And honestly, while the ads are running, is a great time for me to be making this run anyway. So maybe I should kill off a couple of these enemies while I'm at it.
I have been poisoned.
Oh no, I've been poisoned. Because, like, these guys aren't that bad compared to what we were dealing with down toward the bottom of that dungeon. So these guys are kind of easy experience. So I'm not sure how much, admittedly. Yep, there's the land of Margor. Magog, Magor, 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 Magor. Onward. I wonder what horrors await us here in Margor. Birds, apparently. Blue lizard men with tridents. Okay. Still explodable. Maybe these were the same ones we saw. No, because they were kind of orangish down at the bottom of the dungeon. But that, again, may have been the lighting. Oh, they definitely hurt, though. Oh, boy. Don't let that hit you. Noted. Kaboom! Kaboom! Hey, you're supposed to kaboom when I kaboom. There you go. Hey, how about you come walk into this bomb? Oh, okay, I guess that one just didn't work. Fucking duds. Code of Shadows. Hello? Where was cool stuff like this before? Answer here. We'll go ahead and just put the 7 there for the moment. That would have the same AC as what we're wearing, but minus the 5%, which may or may not be having any effect at all.
I do not have enough mana.
Oh, there's more Amazons out here. So, oh god, they're taking 1 damage from Magic Bomb. I think Amazons might just be, like, incredibly magic resistant, question mark? I was gonna say it looks like these are the same Amazons we were fighting down below at first, is the Amazons we fought first were green, but, the fact that they did not care about Magic Bomb leaves me very worried. No, I think these are stronger. Because the original green ones went down in like 4 or 5 hits. These definitely take more than that. I wish I had more magic slots. Oh boy. You know what? Maybe we just don't deal with all those Amazons. Maybe we just leave them be. Maybe that's a better idea. Maybe we just pick on the lizard men who can't tank a magic bomb. And that'll be how we get our experience up. We're not gaining that much experience, but admittedly we're attacking each enemy once. Land at Deweywood. So we know where the next land is, but where is progress? Like, obviously, a new land is progress, but we'd be skipping an entire land and an entire quest, which would presumably lead to our death, because these guys already are really nasty. Aha, people. Our well is dry. The strangest thing is that some nights you can hear some really strange noises coming from the bottom. Did your well get undermined? Oh, your well is a dungeon. I meant to talk to the lady, but I guess I fell down the well trying to talk to her. Wah. Turns out she didn't like wizards, so she threw me down the well as soon as she saw me. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Huh. Oh. There is no level 9, huh? You just go straight to level 10. Okay. I mean, I got 2 barrels here with me on level 9. So that's good. Let's pop those barrels with our amulet before we go anywhere, in case those barrels have anything good. Well, I heard something fall out of it. A helmet. We do desperately need a better helmet. And that's better, except our vitality is too shit to use that. So that's a problem. That right there is what's commonly referred to as a problem. You know, I don't know how to feel about the fact that the Crystal of Virtue is the one we cheated to get by blowing up the snakes instead of doing the puzzle. I can't say that it's not the on-brand way to achieve that, but that crystal in particular feels bad. Feels bad to get virtue that way. Because I think wisdom was the one we got for the witch problem. Which I wonder if there was more than one way to deal with that problem. Just like we just dealt with the snake problem 2 different ways. Hard to say, really. I'm just curious enough that I might be willing to see the rest of this through. But at the same time, I don't know. With the way the scaling is getting kind of weird in places and the way they really just spawned a huge ton of monsters, I think today might end up being the only play this game gets.
Please help.
Ow. No sooner did I say maybe I'm gonna stop playing this game did they blow my ass up with a trap. Maybe that's a sign. A sign that they don't approve of the way I'm thinking. Also, it's hella dark in here, so... magic light. We'll see how long that lasts. If it doesn't last long at all... oh, it lasts only slightly longer than Berserker. Ew. Oh, great, now there's acid puddles. I was warned about acid puddles in the manual. They say don't step in them because they hurt. Yes, that is the entirety of what the manual tells you about them. It quite literally just says, like, maybe don't step in them because your life will begin to drain. It's like, well, gee, I wonder why I would figure an acid puddle would hurt me. So yeah, I think the luxury of having light might be just that, a luxury. I'm still very nervous about opening things with telekinesis, because the telekinesis range isn't that far, so I really do wonder if it's actually going to help me at all. Getting a lot of helmets suddenly. Like, hey, we know you needed a helmet, so here, have all of the helmets that you can't wear. Where's the wizard helmet? Entire room. Oh, there we go. Let's stand here then, and that should telekinesis all three of them. And I might explode. Nope, we're good. But the chest had nothing in it. God, these empty chests hurt so much. They hurt so much more than if they exploded, honestly. Their fire speed is just right that we can kind of get away with that. Good spellbook? Huh? Invisibility. And we can learn that. I'm not sure how useful invisibility will actually be, but it might be good. 4 to 15. We are still using the 3 to 10, so that axe is better than our sword. And it's got an increase to hit rate, so... Also, it matches our helmet better. Oh yeah, that's way better. But that may have just been conveniently better this time. Oh, look at them putting the switch on the wrong side this time. Making me have to go around. Is it a death trap? Yes, it is.
Please help.
Oh god, they spawned one behind me too. Cheeky bastards. Oh god, they spawned more than one behind me. Oh god. Everything is awful. So how about the reflection spell? Just gonna keep recasting reflection to protect me from the ones that aren't standing next to me. Oh my god, there's so many of them in here now. There wasn't so many a second ago. There was a few, but I think more appeared while I wasn't in here. You know, I really question how somebody without reflection would survive that. But maybe their armor class would just be so much higher that the arrows wouldn't affect them. I say with great doubts because we have an effect that's doubling our armor class right now. And our armor's not bad based on what we've seen available in this game. The only reason I even entertain the idea that armor class could be higher is the fact that your stats affect your armor class as well. So somebody with like higher vitality, for example, would have better armor class, I think. Strength at the very least was affecting it. Oh god, we need to not be here. That's too many. Game, please let me out the door. Ah, we do have mana potions left, I think. Yes, we do. Okay. Slightly less panic. Remember that slightly part? Yeah. Oh, the throw speed on these is horrific. That's not even worth it. It was worth a thought, not worth a use.
Please help.
Burning through so many potions. Like, as soon as we get a little bit stronger, we shouldn't have as many problems, but like, this is a perfect example of what I was talking about, though, where I'm not sure about the longevity of this game for us at this point. Because things are starting to get real spooky. And not in a fun way. Oh, fuck this. I can't even really door cheese this because they will just walk through and shoot through, more importantly. And I am out of mana potions now. And completely out of magic, so...
I do not have enough mana.
Okay, we have just enough to get through them, though. So, we got that. You know, till they spawn another one. Okay, good, we gained a level from that. That actually completely fixes that. Close the fucking door. Oh, they can open doors. Of course they can. They have opposable thumbs, stupid. Why wouldn't they be able to open doors? So we now have a split choice here. We either try to raise, like, dexterity high enough to wear one of the dexterity helmets, we raise our intelligence high enough to use better spells, or we try, like, raising vitality enough to wear something better, raise strength. So strength's already high enough that if we got anything strength related, I think we're good, though. I know, right? I figured out how opposable thumbs work and everything. I do think I want to raise my dexterity because it also affects our hit rate, which we do need to have be better. Because Berserker also has been raising that. But again, it's the same as our defense. We kind of need it to be high enough that raising it makes it work. I know it puts us in an awkward spot relative to using any of these things, but it will hopefully put us in a spot where we can actually keep clearing things. Because, you know, there's the simple issue of if I can't kill anything, we can't make progress. I was waiting for that to explode. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to touch that. There's the entrance to level 11. Clearly that couldn't get any worse, right? L1's skeleton. He who wakes the dead must find eternal rest. Oh god. Hi, L1.
Please help.
Oh, good lord. You're an issue, sir. You are a fucking issue. Could try shenanigans with invisibility, but I feel like old faithful explodey boom is a better idea. He doesn't really care that much about exploding, though. Thankfully, he's a little slow and a little stupid. I need much, much higher meditation. Or rather, communion. That's the thing. That's the one. Can you open doors? You sure can. Curse you and having opposable thumbs just like the other ones. I have a magic door scroll, so being out of mana doesn't matter at the moment. Other than for surviving. I think we run away from him, magic door away, and then come back to deal with him in a moment. I could also hit him with slowness, but I don't think that would help us. Get me out of here. All I did was walk up to look at a skeleton. I didn't even want to touch him or anything. I just looked at him and he got up and fucking whacked me with a big old scimitar. Rude, man, rude. Really not worth that much, huh? Well, we can get an AC-20 E-suit instead, but I'm starting to worry about diminishing returns in that regard. Oh, this axe is kind of fucked, too. I don't know if we get diminishing stats on things that need repairs. But I'm just gonna go ahead and repair them. Because if they break on me, we're SOL. Yeah, and it didn't matter. Haste would have been the only thing we would have wanted there, and that's too expensive. Plus 5 to all attributes would have been nice. Plus 1% armor, are you fucking kidding me? You could so do better than that, come on. Plus 1 to life is also a joke. That would put me over to 30 health, and you know what that would do? Nothing. It would mildly inconvenience the thing killing me. Nope, just buy asinine amounts of potions, and we're going back in there and doing that again. The good news is we know he can die by magic bomb. We saw him lose health, so the strategy is going to be magic bomb the ever-living hell out of the scary E-skeleton. Because presumably he's important, since he's a named skeleton. Oh, but that's the problem with us having left, is you shitters have respawned. Not that they wouldn't have respawned with me here anyway, but you get the point. The skeleton reset? Oh, we're back in this little rat hole over here. Wait, why is this chest closed? Why are all these chests closed? Did I just never open these? Hold that thought. Hey, lady. I was opening chests here. Yours didn't have to be involved. Of course that one exploded. Of course it fucking did. I knew one of these was gonna be a bomb. Fucking knew it. But I did it anyway. I'm an idiot. Sometimes I really question my self-preservation instinct. Mostly because I'm not really sure I have one anymore. At least not in video games. Oh, speaking of that exact problem, right there. Opening doors with no idea what's fucking behind them, because I thought that was a good idea. Oh my god. Knock it off with the extra spawns. While I knock his block off. Oh great, there's another one coming now. If they just happen to land a bunch of hits together, I'm just SOL here. Like that! Oh god, there's so many lizard men. What the fuck? You know what? Now's as good a time as any to try this.
I do not have enough mana.
Invisible. Fuck you, I'm gone. I think they know I'm here still. Like, not all of them know, but some of them definitely know, because some of them are following me around.
I do not have enough mana. I do not have enough mana.
I'm gonna burn so much of my goddamn stock of mana potions just to survive. Oh my god, why are there so many Amazons? Go back to shipping boxes.
Please help. I do not have enough mana.
What the fuck is this spawn rate, guys? Come on. I'm starting to wonder if it really would have been a better idea to just full commit to magic just so I'd have enough MP to deal with shit like this. There we go. Just for some reason, neither of us could make contact there. It was very weird. That said, if they're stuck, you know, I mean, why not, right? We got haste for free. And I'm just gonna telekinesis all this shit because I don't trust it. I really hope telekinesis auto picked up things that were in them because all of those being empty makes me very sad. Oh good, another helmet I can't wear. I am so pleased. Ooh, a 6 to 15 sword. We lose the slight to hit bonus, but honestly we're up to 84 with Berserk going anyway, so I feel like the slight damage increase might be the better idea here. I'm now very sad that I spent 5,000 repairing that axe. Yeah, I wonder if the character age is actually related to the crystals we're carrying, because we actually went up to age 22 there. Or at some point.
Please help.
Oh, so close to death again. Oh, what the fuck? I don't even know if we're gonna get back to that skeleton at all. Everywhere I go, there's like another million problems. There's the exit level area, but that's not what I'm looking for. I genuinely think the skeleton's on the other side of all of that shit in that other room. What the fuck? Yeah, I think I'm heading the right way now. So oh, there we go, the Throne of Terror. I found it. Oh, he still is just up and walking around, and he's still injured at least, so that's good. I should put potions back on my bar before I do this dance, just in case something goes wrong. So all he has to do is land like 2 bad hits on me, and it's fucking so over for me. The Armor of Fear. And we can wear it. It is kind of shit, though. It's got less armor class. Got 375 charges of fear, though. So that's cool. That's gonna be worth money. But I'm so sad right now. I don't think that was worth the pain. Depends on how much that ends up being worth money-wise. But we're certainly done with this level. Not that it's gonna be any better down here. But you know what they say, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Out of there. I'm sorry, what the fuck am I looking at here? Some kind of murder plant? Spits poison? Good for it. I'm sure its parents are proud. I'm not opening that door. Nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Being a being of occasional intelligence, it seems like a bad idea to open that door. Oh good, we got giant wasps that shoot magic bolts at me now. Thankfully, they die appropriately. Oh wait, are these things like wasp nests? Are they spawning the wasps? Oh no. Yeah, because they don't seem... Ah, there we go, I can destroy them. I was gonna say, they don't seem to be targetable unless I could touch it and target it. What are you two doing down here? I'm sure you are. This place sucks. The other guy just won't talk. Oh, there he goes. Which they? There's a lot of problems down here, my dude. You talking about the wasps? If so, why do the wasps have you mining? That seems weird. Is it the lizard men? Is it the Amazons? Like, is there another third party I don't know about that's a problem? On the bright side, the wasps aren't actually that bad to deal with as long as they don't get a shot off on me. Their magic really hurts. Hey, they're dead now. It really was the wasps, huh? We were kidnapped by those insects who forced us to dig their tunnels. Thanks for your help. How? Why? Thank you for saving us from those foul creatures. It's said that the insect queen can be found in the depths. If you confront her, be sure to use the armor of fear. I'm gonna assume the Armor of Fear is probably gonna, like, take care of the minions she spawns or something like that, probably, because she probably spawns, like, an asinine amount of wasps. Well, guess I'm opening this door because we're running out of places to go. Oh, why?
I do not have enough mana. Please help.
God damn it, game! I hate it so much when it does that. It didn't take the input before or I died, even though I pulled the potion trigger before that hit landed. And I think we lost a bit of progress there. I don't know how much progress. We were still in level 10. I think we don't have haste anymore. We certainly didn't kill the skeleton. And this was definitely before the giant pile of enemies issue happened. So we're down a bunch of things we could sell. So I think this was right before I popped open the boxes here. Or was this when we first came down here? I don't think this was when we first came down here, though there is the exit right there, so maybe it was. Yeah, we still have the Coat of Shadows. No, this inventory looks an awful lot like this was when we first walked down here. Oof.
Please help.
Oh, hey, that still exploded. Real shame. Okay. That's not great. That's definitely before we bought the crazy amount of mana potions that I bought.
I do not have enough mana.
I think that was our first combat death, though. Like, actual combat death, not, like, dying to snakes that do crazy damage or anything. So I don't really count the snake death. That was a science death. One could argue that the death in there to the bees was a science death too, but I'm willing to accept the fact that I died of foolishness there. Because I needed to deal with the nests. So I charged in to try to deal with what nests I could get my hands on. And the reason we died there is Idiot Wizard decided I need to hit the bee that's sitting inside the nest without hitting the nest. So we just got blasted by all the bees. Now, Idiot Me didn't save. That one's my fault. I should have saved. I also don't think we had Berserk on when I ran in there either. So I think I was in mana saving mode at that point, trying to ensure that we had enough mana to bomb all of the bugs.
Please help.
I do find it very funny, by the way, that all the guides I read said Wizard starts slow. And I can't agree with that, because even without me giving myself the edge of having some strength to work with, so I could use weapons, Magic Missile was doing stupid damage right off the top.
Please help.
And admittedly, we couldn't, like, spam it, but we could throw a decent amount of them around. And without needing to worry about it. So I don't really know if I entirely agree with their assessment. I do, admittedly, at this point, question my decision to go Muscle Wizard, though Muscle Wizard was as much a funny option as it was a good idea. The one thing I will acknowledge is it took us a while to get better spells than just Magic Missile. But by the same token, if I had actually been utilizing the books correctly, we might have still been okay. Oh good, +4 to life. You know what? Sure. Why not? I'll probably take it off and sell it when we get to town, but for now, we may as well use it. Oh, thank God, we finally found a helmet I could wear. Or that's an improvement. You know, this is exactly the same thing that happened last time. We died a stupid death, and by the power of RNG manipulation, we actually are getting better things. Though this helmet is in terrible shape, so we're gonna have to get it fixed when we get to town. Oh god, it is this room again. This room that's just littered with Amazons. I'm out of mana potions now. Sure am. And I don't have a magic door scroll, so we're probably gonna have to still not do reflection again and just tank it with health potions so we can get out of here once we open that lectern up. I needed to be careful because I didn't know if any of these would explode if I hit them, so I needed to get to a spot where I wouldn't accidentally hit something that isn't the enemy. Now we do our safety telekinesis. Why aren't these opening? Game? Okay, fine, I'll fucking open them by hand. I think I just didn't have enough charge left for it to work properly. So it just was being real disagreeable. Light, Ray of Injury. Okay, so it's the haste book again. I mean, we already get faster because of Berserk. Do we even want haste? It might be better if we sell the haste book to buy other things. As painful as that is. Wait, telekinesis required 55 magic. Wasn't it 80 magic to get telekinesis? Why is that lower now? Whatever.
Oh.
Learning it. Now we don't need to worry about the amulet anymore. Was it because I was looking at the ones in the shop and it was 80 to upgrade telekinesis and it was being bad about information again? Because all it would need is like an extra 2 words there on extra books. It would just be this much magic to upgrade. And I don't think that would have been beyond their means to print out. So how much does haste sell for? 20,000. Yep, we're selling that. As much as I don't feel great about it, we need the money. Is that funds us? I'm gonna get this level of meditation.
Yes.
Get a level of communion. It says that this is a chance to get more magic. Right? That is what that does. Yeah, ability to temporarily increase your mana points. Oh, you can actually equip that one. Oh, so I could have been equipping lycanthropy the entire time. I just started to assume that you couldn't actually actively use these. Detection is also used. I hate it here. I tried a couple of these, they didn't do anything, so I stopped trying. Like, obviously I knew learning was a passive one, but for some reason I just happened to click all the ones that weren't. Oh, I'm so annoyed with myself right now. Yeah, there's the reeds I threw on the ground earlier. Anyway, having learned how much I've wasted money on some things, we're just gonna move on with life. What this means is I might have been able to be using meditation and such in order to avoid needing to spend money on mana potions. I'm not really sure what detection would even mechanically do for me. Like, maybe it makes more magic items show up? I don't know. I am quite annoyed with myself about that, though. Such a simple thing that I should have more thoroughly checked, and I didn't. Oh, what the fuck? Just drop me literally in the middle of, like, 6 lizard men, huh? He's learned. Kill him. End the learning. We cannot have him learning things. If he gets better at the game, he might kill us all. Oh, fuck's sake, there's an Amazon as well. You know this is bullshit, right, game? You understand that what you're doing is wrong? What does this lever even do? Oh, that's not even a lever, that's bars on a door, on a window. Ooh, we haven't seen a lance yet. 25 strength, 50 magic. Huh. Well, I'm glad I don't have completely useless strength, because that indicates that there are split weapons in this game. Not that this one's very good, I'm still wondering why You know, what's the point to having these mage weapons at all? Like, they seem completely terrible. Like, even if you use the excuse of it's a weapon of last resort, your last resort is dying, because that is not gonna do anything for you. And this is why I'm just kind of baffled by this. Oh yeah, we can also sell the amulet of telekinesis now that we've learned telekinesis. And I should probably sell that ring of very middling amounts of extra life as well. Oh. I gained a level. Convenient. And you know, they presented food as if it was going to be a whole big issue. Oh yeah, and there's my point being proven about telekinesis not being a guarantee, by the way, because I blew up anyway. Yeah, since we have telekinesis of our own, we can sell the other one. There's our 6 to 25 sword again. I mean 6 to 15 rather. I wish it was 6 to 25. Sounds like we're operating a typewriter when we're moving that menu around. Nope. Cleared all that already. I'm retracing steps now because we don't have much choice because we died. Okay, here's where the throne is. And we have enough magic to take this guy out. We've learned that already.
I do not have enough mana.
Because honestly, compared to the regular enemies in here, this guy's not even a threat. Because he's slower than all the regular enemies are. He also can't just shoot me to death like the Amazons do. As you can see, incredibly powerful in melee combat. So, that was almost a death by demonstration, but I had to know. I needed to know just how hard it would be to hit him in melee with our current setup. The answer is near impossible. Let's see how much the Armor of Fear is worth. As well as getting rid of the slightly shitty ring we have and things like that in the hopes of making up more money. Honestly, the +2 to vitality is useless too. Because it doesn't even increase the amount of life we have. Okay, the Armor of Fear is not worth a crazy amount. 16,000 is a good amount, but not like, oh my god. So I might not immediately sell that. 2,000, 3,000. And yeah, we just seem to not be seeing a magic missile book anymore, so I think I might have just fucked myself as far as that goes. which is fine because considering Spark and Magic Bomb are both... Actually, there's one reason why that might not be indicative of a problem, because they're both in the second page. And we're missing a first page spell still, which might be either detection or food or night vision. So I feel like night vision would be the second page since light's on the first page. That would make the most sense. Detection being cheaper than the rest of these would make it the likely candidate for first page. Even then, it's more than Spark, and Spark was a second page spell, so I don't know. Okay, yeah, I think I was right not to bother to talk to any of these idiots. Yeah, we can't make our communion any better. So that's a dead end. I can't throw reeds at my problems. Yeah, our sword's seen better days, but it's not that bad. I mean, there's a world in which I just upgrade the Armor of Fear to have the same armor class as the armor I'm wearing, and then that becomes worthwhile, technically. It's got good durability as well. If we could just get the Fear spell as is, we wouldn't need this. And the Fear is a spell you can get, I'm pretty sure. So honestly, we've been going for 5 hours anyway. I might just be wrapping up here. Even though we're kind of stymied. I think that might just be where this has to be left. And I'll make a decision at some point whether we continue this game at all or not. So, like I said, it's probably only a one-off. Unless people really are like, yeah, I want to see more Darkstone. Because you gotta think, there's like 8 lands, and we're only going into the 3rd one after 5 hours. This would be a pretty long endeavor, especially with the trouble we've been having. So, I don't know if I have it in me to be interested in this for that long. As it is, as you might have gathered, it's starting to wear on me a little bit. And it's not wearing on me because it's bad, it's wearing on me because just we're not getting anything new anymore. Like the novelty has worn off. And the way they're chucking armies of things at me really isn't endearing it to me in any way. I do think if this is a type of game you want, this would be good, and maybe the PC version would just be much better for me, because I would have more access to my spells instead of having to constantly be swapping. Because that's what's killing being a wizard for me, honestly, is having to swap constantly and being locked to 2 spells. It's the same kind of thing I complain about in certain more modern games, which shouldn't have that problem. But that's not a tangent I'm gonna get started on right now, otherwise I will sit there and complain about it for God knows how long, and that won't do anybody any good. Just staring at my list, trying to make decisions. I gotta love how whenever I do a batch of vetting to be like, oh yeah, I'll be willing to raid these people, then that entire set of people I vetted aren't on the next time I go looking for them. Like, none of them are here right now. Which part of that's probably I am a little ahead of normal timing. Ordinarily, we usually go for like a little over 5 hours, and we're happening to end on 5, pretty much on the dot this time. But it's just like, why? Why does this happen to land this way? And I can't even say like, oh yeah, I have a bunch of things I need to do, so maybe I just won't raid. I don't really have that much to do that's pressing, so it's like, nah. I should raid. Just picking is pain. Let's give this a refresh kick and see if I spot anything that just is like, oh yeah, that immediately, guaranteed, yes. Because we got a couple minutes of ads before people will be able to hear the whole ending line anyway. Though I may just accept the fact that people aren't going to hear the whole ending line because they're not going to miss that much with it anyway. And then just not stall even harder. Yeah, because they've been really nice on social media, but I don't want to blindly jump into that one because I do know a couple things there that might not be for everybody. We've had a few surprises like that already, so just caution, caution. Ignoring the fact that I am a very overly cautious person as far as this goes, but we knew that already. Oh, that's why. Okay. Saw people playing things that were outside of their normal line, and I'm like, why are you playing that? Oh, you hit a sub goal. Well, that's a shame for you. That's great for you, but also a shame for you that you have to play that. And no, I'm not going to elaborate. People will know. They will understand or they won't understand. Yeah, you know what? We'll go over there. Let's go watch people panic and try to disarm bombs. That seems like it'll be entertaining. Ah, that's why. I spelled things wrong. That's on me. That's fine. It's very, very early on for them, so that'll work out. Help give them a good start to their session and all that good stuff. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here for this goofy bit of dungeon crawling that was a bit of mixed results, admittedly. Let's see. As I mentioned, I will not be here on Thursday, so we will be back to business on Friday. I may resume the shuffler for Friday's stream. I have a couple other things in the pocket as well that might end up being Friday's thing. It'll depend on how everything lands. Saturday is still up in the air at the moment because I have to figure out whether everybody's going to actually be back, because I don't know how many of them are actually doing more extensive traveling. So we'll figure that out as we figure that out, and then we'll be rolling back around to Monday for the Monster Hunter collab again, which by then everybody should be back. I wouldn't anticipate that being an issue without them saying anything. But yeah, that's all that I've got. Be good to Bunny Junie. She's good people. And I will see you at the end of the week. Good night, everybody.